Dude, the new Kyle Kinane special, Shocks and Struts, is so fucking good, man. And the craziest part is that when I got to see him live a couple years ago, I think it might have been last year in February. One of the jokes, like, because you know how when they have a build up with the story and there's jokes intermediate between it to tell the story, right?
Mm.
He told that same story when we were there, but it wasn't recorded on a special yet. So when I saw it, it was him still working it out.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
He was workshopping it. Like you
yeah.
were a guinea pig.
Oh my god, it was so fucking good, man. Kyle Kinane, Mac Maron are some of my favorite comedians because I just love the self-deprecation kind of comedy. Because to me, it makes it. It's not their intention, but for me, it makes it funnier if I can relate when I'm not supposed to.
Like, I also feel like a piece of shit.
Yeah.
That's me. That's literally me, bro. Those are your favorites?
Mm-hmm. Like if I'm not gonna say like Dave Chappelle, you know,
The go-tos. Bill Burr.
Yeah. I don't know about that's you. If that's you, go ahead.
Am I self-projecting? Apologies. Actually, no, he's not my favorite. And if you asked me 10 years ago, I would have said Bill Cosby, but I think that ship has sunk. It has sailed and sunk. So now,
I saw his last special on TV.
It was good.
On Comedy Central before all that stuff happened.
It's a shame because he was like the master. Same thing with Eddie Murphy. Was like they could tell like really good like wholesome jokes. They weren't so profane.
Right.
And I kind of miss that, almost like just dad humor.
Yeah.
But
I watched it with my mom and my grandma.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's a bit of personal connection there. No, personally, I'm a bit of an old timer. I like older guys. So for me, I can't really relate to anybody who talks about like newer comedians because I'm over here being like, damn, have you seen that new John Candy skit or the Chris Farley? Those are my guys. I love John Candy and Chris Farley and like 90s comedians. Like that whole group, that whole era was just to me perfection. But if I had to choose a real oddball that like, no one's gonna say, Charlie Chaplin. Did you know that yesterday was Charlie Chaplin's birthday?
No, I didn't, Chandler.
Yeah, and I was gonna go all out to celebrate it too. I was like, "This is my guy."
What were you gonna do, Chandler?
I was in his honor, in his memory. I was gonna shave my stash to look just like Charlie Chaplin's, and I told people about doing it, and they came to me like, "Maybe that's not a good idea."
Yeah, maybe that's not the best idea, Chandler.
I love Charlie Chaplin, and I want to honor his memory, and everyone told me no.
The guy that ruined the stash, his birthday's in 2 days.
We don't talk about that one. Also, don't forget that Appomattox Courthouse also happened in April. Yes. And so the Titanic sank in April. My mother's birthday's in April. Shit, everything that can go wrong goes wrong. I don't know what it is about this godforsaken month. But speaking of mistakes, discourse correction, guys, real quick, because I can't let this go. I can't sleep at night. I can't live my life normally until I correct this mistake. And it's not the Charlie Chaplin stash. Bismarck
is not in Nebraska.
No, it's Nebraska. It's not North Dakota.
North Dakota, that's what.
And re-listening that episode it's a toughie. It's really difficult to get through it now because the whole time I'm like, we're just wrong.
We just go back and forth on it too. We say it's in Nebraska, then we don't say it's in Nebraska.
We're having so much fun. Just riffing and this back and forth dialogue. It doesn't even occur to us that we're complete bullshit.
Yeah, this was the Leprechaun episode.
Yeah, episode 10. We didn't know what the fuck we were talking about, which is most of these episodes, but this one stands out as particularly egregious.
And it feels even longer of a discourse correction overdue because we took 2 weeks off unintentionally.
Yeah, so this is weeks ago, and it's driving me insane.
It wasn't even April. It was March. It was the St. Patrick's Day episode, and we're almost on 420.
Yeah, it's after Easter, and we're just now correcting because it's driving me insane. It's eating me up from the inside. Now it's out. I can say Bismarck is Nebraska, not North Dakota, so people can shut the fuck up. I wish they would say something.
Yeah,
I wish they'd correct us
come on,
on it.
guys.
Come on, guys. You know where our comment section is, and now we have a YouTube channel. We have no excuse.
Yeah,
Just like our videos.
I want horrible comments about us. I want the absolute worst things on there.
Please.
I want comments that might get our YouTube channel pulled. That's how, just any kind of traction.
Yeah, if you have to use our platform simply as a hit piece, go for it. Vent. Don't even talk about us. Just say anything. But it reminds me that I need to catch up on my U.S. geography. Because that was a big hiccup, a big one. And, I thought about it, I'm like, my geography's not that bad. Because I know where Ruby Ridge is. Ruby Ridge is in Idaho. I know that. Which gets us into the topic of today's video. Guys, we're talking about Ruby Ridge.
No, we're talking about different. We're not doing that cabin.
A different cabin?
Yeah.
What cabin are we talking about?
We were going to do Evil Dead.
We were?
Yeah, we were. But we're going to start with the band Evil Dead later.
Oh, that's next week's episode?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. I got my notes here. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna talk about something completely different.
It is bad. We will be talking about a band called Evil Dead, but our good Sauce Daddy over here kind of got the schedule mixed up.
I woke up at 7 p.m. I slept for 12 hours. Oh, so it looks like, according to my papers here, we're talking about Bela Lugosi's 1940 film, The Devil Bat.
Boy, howdy. That was a really good movie. But first, welcome to the Sin Den.
Unfortunately for you, I'm your host, Chandler Allen Berry, and with me is my very capable and confident friend,
Slug. What's up?
And we are talking about a movie I don't think anyone's ever talked about since 1940.
I've only heard you talk about it.
Because I love it. This is the third time. This is my third time around watching this movie. The first time, I was like, okay, I don't want to watch Attack of the Monster Crab again or whatever.
I tried with that one, and I thought maybe tonight we would do it, but we saw that the Devil Bat was available for us, and I said,
Paramount.
Yeah.
It was funny as we got to the very end of it, 4 minutes left on the clock, and it just went kaputs.
So we just bootlegged it off of YouTube the last 4 minutes.
Apparently, you could bootleg the entire Super Mario movie. Oh, we shouldn't say that. If we say anything, it might take it down.
Yeah. It's we're not going to say anything about the 5 different videos of the entire Super Mario movie available on YouTube.
We're not telling you to commit piracy. We're not.
We are not.
We're telling you how you could do it if you were to, but we're not advocating for you to do so.
We do not.
But it's on YouTube for free.
It's on YouTube for free. There's 5 videos, but we're not telling you not to do it.
And
we are telling you not to do it.
We are completely unbiased. This is a free country. Do what you want to do. Just know it's illegal. Don't get caught. So, the Devil Bat. Let's start with
Bela Lugosi.
I mean, yeah, he's the guy that's going to attract you to the film. Now, he's not there for the entire runtime. The bits he's in, he hams it up. He eats the scenery up.
I noticed that when he's on camera, his vocal delivery is a lot better than when it's just voice recording.
Oh, he's not a voice actor.
No.
Because he has to put his full, his acting style is mostly in his face. Because is Bela Lugosi a great actor?
I would say he's about a B. He's got some really good points. I personally like Boris Karloff a lot more.
Oh, yeah.
But
as a voice actor, too, because of The Grinch.
Yes.
I think if we're going to be honest with ourselves, let's say at the count of 3, right? We're going to say his best acting performance, Bela Lugosi. You ready? 3, 2, 1.
Dracula.
Igor.
Okay. We both have very, very good choices. That would be my second choice.
Him as Igor is his best acting performance, but I can see why you see Dracula. That's a mainstream opinion, and I know you love going with mainstream opinions. No. Oh, well, no, you don't. That's why I'm kind of shocked that you went with Dracula, to be honest with you.
Look, man, we're not talking about Dracula right now.
No, we're talking about a performance of his in a movie of his that is undeservedly just swept aside. No one talks about it, and that's what we're here to do, to do the Lord's work and talk about the devil bat. Your points?
I love the bat.
Which one, the real one or the fake one?
The fake one.
Of course you do.
I could do that. It looks so good.
What's really great is the close-up shots they do of the bat, which there's no like transition. They show the fake bat and then they go straight to the live action bat close-up, and it's a fucking fruit bat, one of the most docile and friendly and cute-looking bats.
It's already really hard because most, if not all, the photos I've ever seen of a bat, they're just cute. They're like just
vampire bats are pretty cute.
Yeah. So it's kind of funny where they got this really good prop. I say prop because the monster itself is a little too stiff to be for the particular shots that we're talking about when they do the close-ups and everything. It's prop.
Yeah, it's not even puppeted really until you start seeing it fly.
Like,
it's just a still shot.
It extends its wings a little bit.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's a prop, and I really enjoyed it.
You can see the strings in some shots.
Oh yeah, that's it's bitter. That's what makes it bitter.
That's what makes it bitter.
Better.
Yeah, it's awesome, man. In each scene they have the strings, and they know when they get the strings in the shot because they try to rush it. And they'll like do a jump cut to something else and then jump back because they knew like fuck, the strings are in the shot. We can't do another take. It's not in the budget.
I could
film's expensive.
Go on for a little bit about all the good stuff, but honestly, I really have only one complaint on the movie.
Sure.
Like, what was that editing, dog?
Oh, toward the end there?
Yeah, that was such a big jump.
It looks like there's an entire scene we missed.
Yeah, it feels like an entire sequence. Not just a couple of scenes.
And as you pointed out, they weren't thinking about bonus features back then. So this is possibly, if it's true, there's just lost footage out there. Yeah. Now, and this brings me to my first major point about this movie, and what's probably going to turn a lot of people off. You asked me if it was even a talkie, because it looks really old. It looks older than most movies from the time period. And if you watch movies, hell, from the 70s, sometimes they look even older. Because it's not a matter of when the film was shot. It's about preservation of the film.
How well it was preserved, yeah.
Yeah, how it was stored, if it was kept in a safe environment. And this movie looks like it was just in someone's garage.
Like Within the Woods,
mm-hmm.
little hardback on Evil Dead. We could not, I don't know how long you've been looking for it, but I looked for it for about 40 minutes to an hour at work. Trying to find one complete with, you either get one with where the video's choppy, where it could go to a complete black screen but you still get audio, or you get a really good tape with no audio.
Right.
You can't have both.
You can't win.
Yeah.
You can't win. And we're definitely going to talk about Within the Woods next week for our Evil Dead episode.
I hope I'm able to piece the story together. I might just have to read the script.
There's a script?
I hope there is.
This is an actual competent film.
Yeah.
Despite, all of its failings, and the only failings really come from
the editor. Fuck that guy.
The editing. The editing is choppy in places. Fuck that guy. The guy who he worked on this movie, and despite the fact there's a few rough bits, for the most part, it's a good movie. Editing wise, it flows. But there's also the scenes where Bela Lugosi opens up the window and the bats fly out, and you can tell it's supposed to be one continuous take.
The man just threw it out the window.
I couldn't even tell what was going on. I couldn't tell if it was like being ziplined on a string or if he's literally just like throwing shit out the window.
Well, you were wearing your like insert country singer's sunglasses there. The whole time. Almost the entire length of the movie, you're wearing your like sports sunglasses the entire time of the movie. And it's in black and white, so I can't imagine you saw anything.
And they're also fogged. I can't see shit right now. let alone then in a dark room with a black and white movie. But no, I've seen it. I've seen it before, and it's one of those movies you watch. You're like, I completely see how they pulled this off. There's not a trick. There's not a single magician's trick where you don't see how they pulled it off. You could do this. It's DIY whole movie shit, and it's awesome. It rocks. It reminds us why we want to do these kind of movies because it just like how Slug is with his music. A lot of the music he listens to is like, I could do that. It's inspiring and it's motivating. And watching this is like, I want to do that because fuck it. I don't care if Bela Lugosi's name's attached. By 1940, he was practically a nobody.
Yeah.
He kind of fell off the deep end there. So let's get into the plot. So it's a cautionary tale of a disgruntled worker who's creating mint shaving cream and perfume and has this new formula, working for the Heath family. And he feels like he is being underpaid and that they don't appreciate him. So this aforementioned employee, Dr. Carruthers, played by the late Bela Lugosi.
R.I.P. Never forget.
Right. I'm still not over his death. Like how I haven't gotten over the Alamo or the USS Maine. So the Heath family, out of which, big surprise, the town of Heathville is named after, gives Dr. Carruthers a check for $5,000. It makes him drive out there to their estate to receive it personally. Now, Lugosi sees this as a slap in the face, although I did some digging, right? Well, okay, I Googled it. The inflation rate for 1940. So, riddle me this, Batman. How much do you think $5,000 was in 1940 when adjusted to modern day currency?
About 10K, 20K.
Both of those are spectacular answers, and both of them are spectacularly wrong. It is actually $107,798.57 for your information. An insane amount for anyone to turn down, let alone in 1940. Yet, instead of shooting up his workplace like everyone else, Dr. Carruthers, mind you, a guy who makes aftershave for a living, straight up breeds these giant bats in his basement. Excuse me, his quote-unquote laboratory. And it's not a cool laboratory either, like in Frankenstein. The prop department literally just taped electrodes on top of a microwave and called it a day. He's also got these perfume-soaked cotton swabs. He has the bat smell, bloodhound style, that somehow makes them attack anyone who's wearing it. So he kills this first guy, and I love the recurring line where his victim will say right before leaving, "Good night, doctor," and Carruthers will respond. "Goodbye." Whoever he's addressing. It's not subtle in the slightest. But yeah, the first guy gets swooped by this devil bat, and instead of calling the police, for some unknown reason, the Heath family calls Carruthers. Like, at least call a paramedic.
Sure, but keep in mind he is a doctor.
A doctor of cosmetology. They call him up like he's a medical professional. I mean, he does pronounce this guy is dead, but you don't need 8 years of college to know that. It's one of many logical fallacies in the film, but I digress. We are then introduced to Johnny Layton and his bubbling sidekick, Barney-fied wannabe called One Shot McGuire, who are these two journalists who are not just sent to investigate this supposed Devilback case, but sent to apparently solve it too. Like, I can understand if they were detectives or something, but they're just reporters, outfitted with pen and paper. Also, their boss, the chief editor for the tabloid they work at, is pretty much James Jonah Jameson before he was even a thing.
Spider-Man didn't exist yet?
No, this movie was released before the first edition of Spider-Man, which came out, I believe, in 1962. But I can see the comparison, especially when you got a character with McGuire in his name, foreshadowing perhaps. Anyways, despite the fact everyone saw a gigantic man-eating bat come down from the sky and end this dude's life, everyone suspects that there's a murderer on the loose. It's confusing because, yeah, like, Carruthers is behind the killings, but as far as everyone else is concerned, this is simply the act of an animal. A freaking huge one, but an animal nonetheless.
I really like the scene with the newspaper headlines. I wish movies would do that more often.
Thank you. Yes. I mean, the only reason they don't anymore is because who the hell reads newspapers? It's so weird to look back in media and see rotary phones and dial-up computers, and then be these anachronistic pieces of technology. Same with newspapers. The fact that they're more disposable than toilet paper now is so crazy to me. Honestly, I don't know how they even make money. So yeah, I'm not into shipping characters, but man, I was really rooting for McGuire and Frenchie to hook up.
Yes.
That was so cute.
What was up with the bat screaming? As far as I know, bats don't scream.
And sharks don't roar either, but the shark in Jaws Revenge sure does. That's a good point, though. I can't tell if they brought goats into the recording booth or not, because that's quite literally what it sounded like to me.
Yeah, exactly what it sounds like to me too. Goats or a man stubbing his toe.
Great observation. Oh, side note here. So you're aware of that new Renfield movie, right?
The one with Nicolas Cage.
Right on the money. I don't know if you've seen anything, but they've spliced scenes together from Dracula where they have Nick Cage overlaid on top of Bela Lugosi. Like, they use clips from the original film and just throw Nicolas Cage in it like he was there the entire time.
That's funny.
So, Renfield is supposed to be, I guess, a direct sequel to the first film. Forget Dracula's Daughter. Forget that the house movies like House of Frankenstein or House of Dracula with John Carradine. It's a perfect fit for Cage, and apparently that was one of three roles he's always wanted to play. The other being Superman, and the other being I can't remember off the top of my head. Oh crap! Captain Nemo. Yeah. Since we're on the topic of Universal monsters, we're planning for probably the penultimate episode of season one, or even the finale, to do a review of all the mainline Universal films.
Does that include the Hunchback or the Phantom of the Opera?
We'll talk about those briefly, I suspect. I mean, I can't imagine not mentioning them at all. So the main guys, including my favorite, Gilman and the Invisible Man, and not the one from League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. I mean, Dr. Griffin, played by Claude Rains. But we can gush about those special effects later, revolutionaries they were. Now, I'm thinking about it. I think Invisible Man came out in 1933, which is the same release year as King Kong. Man, 33 was just popping off.
I need to watch Invisible Man.
We'll definitely give it another watch for sure. Of the main monsters, I've seen him the least. Granted, he's only in a single film, and the others are just imitators.
Invisible Woman.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that's where I'm going with that one. So I thought this was funny. Speaking of the news and whatnot, remember the radio broadcast in the Devil Bat where they bring on this expert on all animal life?
Yes.
He's like the guy. Apparently, he knows everything there is to know about the entire natural world.
He reminded me of the guy on Joe Rogan.
Who, Jordan Peterson?
No, the biologist.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Though I really wish that Jordan Peterson guy would spin off from Joe Rogan and do his own thing. You know what I mean? I see a lot of potential in him.
Welcome back to the podcast. Unfortunately for you, Chandler is your host.
Yo, 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 what's good in the hood, fam?
And as always, I am Slug, the co-host. And today, we gotta talk about some bullshit.
Yo, okay, we're gonna dead name Anchor real quick. Excuse me, they're called Spotify for podcasters now? That's what they're called?
No, it's Anchor.
It's Anchor. Okay.
It's Anchor.
So, okay, that's good. So, fuck Anchor, essentially, is what we're trying to say. So, that last recording, right? We couldn't even finish the Devil Bat review. We just couldn't get through it. And we recorded 27 minutes, I believe, of audio. And I was counting it. I was looking at the timer.
We were both looking at the timer.
It was counting down, or excuse me, counting up to 30 minutes, because that's the limit you have. So it's counting up. You can see the clock ticking, and we stopped it. I can verify, and you can vouch for it, because you saw it too with your own eyes. It stopped on 27 minutes.
Some insider baseball. Fuck Anchor. We were recording in 30-minute intervals because we didn't feel like it was appropriate to adjust it. and we lost about over 15 minutes,
17.
17 minutes of audio, and
So mad.
we're gonna move forward with just recording the audio bits separately than on Anchor moving forward, and hopefully once when we have the new Sinden set up, we will have a live, uh, a live aspect to it.
It's like YouTubers when they drop YouTube. And I don't mean like go to Twitch or anything. No, they remain on the platform and continue to talk shit about the platform they are currently posting on.
Right.
That's what we're doing. Fuck Anchor, aka Spotify for podcasters, aka I don't give a shit anymore because we're not using it to record. We are gonna use the audio recorder on Slug's laptop from now on. So, did you see the new trailer for Iron Lung?
Yes, it did, and I totally just didn't watch it right before we were recording because you told me we were going to talk about it.
Yeah, but I need a transition here. We need a transition. So you
Yes,
saw it.
yes.
I saw it. You saw it. Let's talk about it. So the video game, the hit video game, surprisingly, because it's not the kind of game you would think would get popular, but it hit a chord with certain people, a large amount of people, enough where Markiplier himself is making an Iron Lung movie.
His first movie.
Yeah, the game has been out not even in what, a year?
Yeah, came out in 2022.
Wow, it's been probably like 10 or 11 months since the game came out. In that time, Markiplier played it. By the way, wasn't even a full video. He played Iron Lung on Three Scary Games, so it didn't even take up a full video. No,
He's got an Iron Lung upload that's 43 minutes long.
I think. Oh, that may have been the second video. The first time he played Iron Lung was part of Three Scary Games.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, that's how I saw it. He may have re-uploaded all the bits together, but it wasn't the kind of game you would think he would, because all the games he's played so many games, even like stuff like the Dark Revival. I mean, he's played so many great games, and for that to be the standout, and you know why?
He's a fear.
He has thalassophobia. He's got an incredible fear of deep places in the ocean and what's in the ocean.
He did a Amnesia movie. He totally has to have PewDiePie in the movie.
Oh yeah,
There's no way. There's no way that they can make a movie without him.
I'm
Just like with the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, if Mark or any of Daco or even Matt Pat aren't in the movie in any kind of way, it's gonna, I don't know, it feel off.
Remember how in one of the other episodes I said, well, first and foremost, I said we're not going to talk about Five Nights at Freddy's ever again.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I said something about not wanting to. Like, can we talk about Can we not talk about Five Nights at Freddy's for one goddamn episode? And it's been just a string now. It's you got to mention at least once per episode.
Just like the last broadcast.
There you go. See, there it is. There it is.
Or how you have to zip up your fly every 20 minutes.
Well, that's not. See, yeah, I'm doing that on purpose because it's funny. It's for the gag.
It's the character.
I definitely don't need a new pair of jeans.
Yeah, it's the character.
But the reason I bring that up is I remember saying that I thought Markiplier's movie, because he said he was working on a movie. I thought that movie was going to be Five Nights at Freddy's. I didn't think he was going to be directing it. I thought he would have a part in the film. I didn't know he was literally working on a movie.
Right.
And for this to be his directorial debut is very interesting.
Yeah.
Because I think it's perfect for him having a fear of the ocean to do a bit where he's trapped underwater in a submarine. It must have struck a chord with him.
From the recording of his gameplay, how that he was like, I noticed that it was one of the most, at least in the later games that he's playing, the ones that actually got to him a little bit. And it's been a while because he's even said it himself that it's like even breaking the fourth wall about it mid recording is like, yeah, most of these games don't even scare me anymore. I think he said that on Anthony Padilla's podcast or his thing where he's talking about, yeah, no, none of these new games really scare me. Most of the time it's put on. But like I think he talked about how Iron Lung in particular was one that got him.
I forget which video it was. I was watching this is years ago. PewDiePie was doing a playthrough of the game, and this isn't like peak PewDiePie, like 2012, 2013, but he wasn't falling off yet before his resurgence with Minecraft in 2018. Um, the Council of Water Sheep and everything. That really brought it back. You need to watch some PewDiePie Minecraft, especially when he plays with Jack Black. That was great. But when he's playing this game, there comes a point where he's doing all the jump scares. He's screaming and he's hollering and he's throwing his hands up. And then like halfway through the game, he just in the middle of a jump scare, he's screaming and then he stops. And he looks at the camera. He's like, "I can't do this shit anymore." And I'm not quoting him verbatim, but it was like what he pretty much was. I can't keep putting on this facade. And it wasn't too long after that he stopped playing games like religiously, like uploading gameplay
Yeah.
all the time.
I remember that.
Because it was just a sharp drop immediately after just playing this game, just on camera. It's just I can't keep putting on this persona anymore. I can't keep pretending that this scares me. And I respect that. He went a different way. There's another YouTuber I like, Mike Wolf. Got a very dry sense of humor. I don't know if you watched him or anything.
No.
He's just like a family man. He's got a wife and kids, and he's just like a dad who plays YouTube. And he said he was tired of playing horror games, but horror games is just a perfect avenue for YouTubers to get big. It seems. I mean, PewDiePie got big doing that. Markiplier seems like everyone.
Jack.
Who?
Jack.
Yeah, Jack. By the way, you didn't hear this from me, but I think I prefer Jack over Mark. Is that controversial?
It is.
Can't we just love them equally?
I disagree.
Okay. That's great. That means we have conflict on the show. We're not agreeing to everything we say. That would be uninteresting. So yeah, so with Iron Lung in particular, it's interesting that that's the game that Mark decides to adapt first out of anything else. And of course, I think that has to do with his thalassophobia and everything. But it's also an easy movie to start with, if you know what I mean, because
Yeah.
you're in a
Especially if you have millions of dollars to throw at a project.
Oh yeah, I think people forget. Almost like with Asmongold, these guys are so rich and they just live in their attic. I know with Asmongold in particular, Mr. Baldy living up in his attic. That dude is a millionaire, millions of dollars off of playing World of Warcraft, and his room is just fucking destroyed. It's like a tornado, like an F5 tornado, just ramsacked his room. It's disgusting. There's Cheeto bags everywhere. But the guy lives very well, and you would never know it. And Mark's the same way. But having millions of dollars at your disposal, I think this is a perfect movie to start with because it really does not require you to spend the entire fortune you have amassed. You can spend a few $1,000s, few 10, at most maybe a few 100,000.
I could see him dropping $1 million on it and not even flinch.
Drop in a bucket.
No.
But I don't think this movie requires you to spend that much. And I don't know if Mark is just going to give us a number on how much this movie costs. Maybe he will. But it doesn't, the premise alone, anyone can make it. In fact, I was on, it's funny how obscure this really is for such a big game, but the Iron Lung subreddit is very small. I mean, even though the game's really popular, not many people frequent the actual subreddit for the game. And they upload like short films every once in a while. Like for class, like students for film school will upload their own. I saw one the other day that was using 16mm footage,
Nice.
black and white footage. And I mean, is it great? No, but it shows you how the premise really lends itself very easily to up and coming directors. So even though Mark has worked on projects before, this is a great like real movie debut for him to do, and which reminds me of your own short film that you made that I worked on.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't
you're
work.
in.
I was in. I didn't work on shit.
Yeah. You did your own makeup. You didn't let me do yours.
I wanted to do it. I thought I did an okay job,
You know.
but I ended up looking like Trudeau on Halloween. That was not my goal, but I tried.
Yeah, there were some liberties taken because of the environment and what we had to film. So it's not a cut and dry visual aspect of just the film. Because with all the short films that I want to do, I just want them no extra filling, no icing, just the literal like visual aspect of the short story. Like nothing more, nothing less. But um, it does bother me that we couldn't be as accurate. But it was with the equipment I had, so it is what it is. I
Well,
got it out.
what was the name of it? For the audience's sake, I know I was in it. I know what it was called.
You're not scared, right?
Yeah, you're not scared.
Yeah, it's on my short film YouTube channel of the Foxes Films, OTF Films on YouTube. Slugs plug.
Self
Hoping,
plug.
yeah, self plug.
Yeah.
Um, I'm hoping next weekend to scout for a cornfield for my next film. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Considering it's about to be summer and there's not going to be a goddamn cornfield with corn for miles in bumfuck Georgia.
What are you gonna do? You're just gonna go out on some farmer's property and be like, "Hey, can I film you?" He'd probably be elated
Yeah,
to have some kid come up to him and be like, "Hey, can I film on your property?"
yeah. I was like, I just need it very pleasantly because it's like, yeah, I got it. I like particular activities, but at the end of the day, especially with film and music, always has to be a level of professionalism. Even if I'm decked out in leather and bullets, there's a conduct I'd like to keep, at least when in terms of business. And I would just very respectfully, could I use this?
The reason he's laughing is I was in the middle of picking my nose while he was talking. I didn't eat it. I didn't sniff it. Continue.
Okay, it's like, yeah, hey, can I use? I just need maybe 10, 20 minutes to make this not even 5 second to 10-second clip. I just need just a couple minutes to look around, see what the right spot is, and I'll be out of your hair. You know, I'll even put a credit of where I shot it, like especially if I shoot at corn dogs.
That's what I was thinking. Corn dogs is probably the best bet. Also, this Pabst Blue Ribbon. That's where PBR comes from, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
That is a PBR.
That makes sense. That's what Pabst Blue Ribbon stands for. Okay. Okay, I was confused. So, with your short films, where do you eventually want to take that? Do you want to just do creepy pasta retellings, or do you want your own original content?
Yeah, eventually I'll have my own stuff, but right now, till I'm more comfortable with how I am doing musically, I don't want to over not overwork, but overschedule myself.
Hmm.
I don't want to be having to schedule a shoot somewhere when I'm supposed to be recording in the studio or playing somewhere. Assuming we get that far.
Who paved this path that you're currently treading? As far as who influenced you to start making film?
Making film in terms of like why I got into film or
You
as a director.
as a director, because we've talked about this before. Directing's not your first thing, but you find yourself doing it anyways because you're a creative, and regardless of what aspect of a project you want to work on, as the lead creative on a project, in order for it to flow the way you want it to, whether it be a visual medium like film or with music, you need to tell people what you see.
Right.
And for this to be your own project, yeah, you gotta take the reins and take charge, even if that's not exactly what you want to be doing. You'd rather just work on makeup.
Yeah.
But this is your own solo stuff.
Yeah.
So who motivated it or influenced you to do the directing?
I guess the basic answer, but like Toby Hooper and Stanley Kubrick. I think his at least with Stanley Kubrick, it's gonna be a long time before I can really have people see that's an influence because
Yeah.
of the equipment and everything I
I don't
have.
I don't think you're the second coming of Kubrick, but you could come
No,
damn well close.
yeah, I'm gonna try.
Give it 45 more years. We'll see where your career goes.
My point is, I really enjoy how on the grid of a shot, his character is always centered. And yes, because the character is centered, that's the center of attention, but he puts a lot of emphasis on the grid around
Yeah.
in every shot, and I think that really builds good horror. And you know, he doesn't do horror movies. He did The Shining, but he doesn't really do horror movies. But a lot of that technique and the Clockwork Orange, I really enjoyed. Um, with Toby Hooper, I really enjoy the gritty and just off the cuff kind of just like I think this will work. Let's do it this way. Especially with Salem's Lot. I know it was a mini TV series, but when you watch it as a full film, like when it's all edited together to be one film, I really like the pacing that Toby has in his films, and I think pacing is one of the most important things to me because they also fall victim to blowing your load too early. Especially like with the shot with Leatherface when they just get to the house and the guy's walking inside. It's dead quiet.
So good.
Then he slides the door open, bashes his head in with a mallet, drags him in, and slams the door, and then it's silence again. It's done very well in terms of horror, and I think in concept, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre keeps the tension and keeps the horror leveled. That kind of stuff is like really good to me, and that's the stuff that kind of drives me to do myself. You know, I don't think we either one of those two really illustrate the kind of horror I really enjoy and what I want to do. I think you even pointed it out. The kinds of films I want to make is the kind of music that I make. Very atmospheric and slow burn, slow pacing, but when you get that money shot, it's not wasted with more of the song or more of the film. It's just that's it, just like that. Bam. Like for example, it's like if there was built like it wouldn't have made a really good like it, for Texas Chainsaw. Yeah, it needs more fluff and everything, but like the idea of the guy going to this house, get bashed, and then as soon as the door closes, that's the end of the movie. Like that kind of like, oh my god, did that just happen? Like just like it's so quick, it's so abrupt, and then it's like, bam, there's the horror, and then that's it.
And you gotta take 15 minutes to just think about what you just saw.
Yeah, I like the build up to the money shot, and then the money shot be the closing shot for the movie.
What would that be for Jaws?
Um,
What do you think? The lagoon scene, the Chrissy. Actually, if you take it in isolation, the opening shot with the whole thing with Chrissy, that could be a short film.
yeah,
I
yeah,
mean, yeah,
real quick and to the point.
it kind of reminds me. Now, allow me to be indulgent because at work I've been listening to a lot of audiobooks, and because not because of Wendigoon's new Blood Meridian video, which is spectacular by the way. Please watch it.
Shout out to Windigo.
Yeah, it's amazing how you can't sit down and watch a 2 hour movie. You're like, "Ah, I'm not really mentally prepared to watch a movie. But you could sit down and listen to 5 hours of Wendigo talk about a book you'll never read.
Just Windigo talk about jack shit. Period.
Yeah, or
I
like
could sit
the
down and
Brown
watch a
Mountain
six
Lights.
hour. Yeah,
The Brown Mountain Lights and stuff like I've never even heard of those, and
no,
I'm interested because he's talking about it.
yeah,
But I bring that up because I had known about Blood Meridian before. It's always been a book I wanted to read, but having listened to I'm up to chapter 4 now, with Blood Meridian. Cormac McCarthy, the author, the way he writes is very snappy, very to the point, very in your face. There's very little fluff outside of setting atmosphere. So he'll describe at great length, uh, like a sunset, how it looks like a bleeding heart melting into the horizon, or like a cracked egg spilling on a pan. Like he's very descriptive when it comes to that, describing how their long shadows, go across the desert sands. And he'll describe this for paragraphs. But when it comes to like any other details, very sparse. The dialogue's very quick. It punches hard. It bites hard, and it doesn't waste your time. So it sets an atmosphere, and then when it's time for the violence to be front and center, it's just very, this happened, this happened, this happened. There's no getting poetic about it. There's no.
I think really me and you are very similar in terms of how we see film. The only difference is I do short film and you do long form. Because yes, in the same way that I like building tension and atmosphere, you build camaraderie with your characters, and in the moment, audiences might be like, it's dialogue's really heavy. There's this and that. Really grow to enjoy these characters, and then when the bad shit happens at the end of the movie, you're like, I wish I had more time with those people. Yeah, and in a way, we kind of see the same vision, except I'm not gonna say it, but you say that you don't have an eye for horror.
No, I don't have an eye for horror the same way that you do. Because yeah, with the script I'm almost finished with and the movie I wanna make, it's I don't want to describe it like the Outwaters, for example, even though I'd say the major influences are Reservoir Dogs, Texas Chainsaw, Evil Dead. We'll get there. Uh,
We'll get there.
yeah, so all those influences on my movie definitely are there, but after having seen the Outwaters, it made me think about it because the Outwaters, the first half of the movie, which is the best part of the movie, is very focused on characters just talking and interacting. And when it comes time for the horror to happen, it all that character development just ceases to matter.
Right.
It completely falls apart at the seams the second that the horror element is introduced, and it's like, well, now my time is wasted. But if you use characterization to get the audience to care, to reel them in and make them care about the characters when the horror finally hits, you're gonna have a definitely a more successful time. But that's not horror. Hmm?
Successful.
Is that what I said?
It's successful.
Yeah, I'm not Cormac McCarthy. I don't have a way with words. I'm sorry. Don't expect me to serenade you.
But I think it's funny to staying on topic with our projects that we have planned. That it's like we're kind of in the same vein of like we're not really connected with technology in the way that our generation is, but I'm still able to fumble my way in making a link tree. You know,
Yeah,
it's like
I was shocked when you showed me that. I'm like, I didn't even know what that was.
yeah, I have a link tree on my Instagram bio that has a link to everything, man. The band page, the band YouTube channel, which don't worry about going there just now. We gotta work something out. Um, but yeah, also this is the very first live announcement of a new member for People Are Strange called MC, and I'll definitely talk about him more later. But I have the podcast page for Spotify, the Instagram, and the YouTube channel in it. Then I have my Of the Foxes Films Instagram and YouTube channel in my link tree. And I don't know, I just think it's funny that I've become kind of like the promo guy for at least the technology part of it, even though it's like, yeah, I could work social media, but I can't work a computer, and that's why you're here.
The crazy thing is, I'm probably better, very slightly. It's like a bump up. I'm better at technology than you, but that definitely doesn't make me a tech a technological wizard. No, I just don't enjoy it. So I relegate that to you.
My biggest accomplishment is that I was able to convert a file on my phone to be able to be played on a DS emulator. And all I had to do was like, would you like to extract the file? And I clicked yes, and then I was able to play it. I'm like, fuck, I'm a genius.
Was that for Pokemon?
Yeah.
Of course.
I was playing
Of
Platinum.
Of course, when it comes to like ROM hacks and shit.
I'll figure it out.
Yeah, it's amazing when you care about something, the links you will go to achieve it when you care. You're a techno wizard then.
I I honestly think in terms of technology, the number one thing I know most about is my own bass. I
Right.
really think that in terms of I know how exactly it works on like the technical aspect of it, what all the cables do, what all the wires link up to, and how it's transferred into how the vibrations from my strings are picked up into the pickup and through the amp. I know, like I
The
think
whole
that
anatomy.
well, because really early on, not to keep going on this tangent, but I figured, well, shit, if I'm struggling with music theory, I might as well understand how the actual instrument works to actually have a feel for it and everything in it. And moving forward, it's definitely helped me be more connected with music because I know how it works. On yeah, I could how we talk about how we don't like solos that are scientifically just like technical, like it's all boiled down to a science. I know it does the opposite for me in my playing. That now that I know how the instrument works scientifically and technically, the technical aspect of how the instrument actually works, how it produces sounds, how it does everything, it's made me feel more comfortable playing it.
Right. Because you know every little detail about it. It's more intimate that way. I remember we were talking about this, I think before you even came to that realization. We were just sitting here one night watching TV, and we got, of course, at 3 o'clock in the morning, what else are you going to do except get existential about everything around you? And you're like, how the fuck does the TV work? How does the TV work? How does the light go from the TV into my eyes? And not just that, but the TV screen, the actual
The smart
LEDs.
TV, yeah. Before Milo broke it.
Yeah, before he somehow threw his toy in the air and cracked the screen. But I know that was tragic. But the actual LED lights in the screen are only two colors.
Yeah,
It's red and green.
yeah.
So how am I seeing the full spectrum of color come out of this TV? Explain it. It's like I'm surrounded as a modern man. I'm surrounded by things I don't understand. And yet, I am also surrounded by the ability to understand it because I have full access to the internet. It is overwhelming, the amount of knowledge and information that is there, but I'm also just too lazy to look at it
Right.
because it's just overwhelming. Say, I don't know where to start. How the hell does that toaster work?
We don't have a toaster. We have a hot dog maker.
That's what that is?
Yes.
That explains why the bagels came out weird. Okay.
So it literally has. It's a roller. It's literally a roller. The bottom tray is just to heat up your bun.
See, I told you. I don't understand technology. I told you.
Okay. All right. Let's reel it back in a little bit. Yeah, we are definitely simple men. We are cavemen amongst robots, and we're just trying to make it.
Like at that noodle place you went to, they had robot waiters.
Yeah, that robot was giving me some dirty looks. I was about to square up with it. And I didn't like the way it was looking at me.
I'm not going to tip a robot.
No.
That's robbery. They're not people. Give it 30 more years, and then we can talk about robotic rights. But as of right now, we're talking with what? Yeah, what?
I think okay. So like in current time, yes, I don't think robots, if they don't have a personality, then they're not a person. They can't be recognized as a person. But like with the synths and Fallout, I think they're people, and that's why I supported the railroad.
They don't have right. They don't have souls. It doesn't matter
Doesn't
about the.
matter. It
the
doesn't matter.
what does it matter if they have a personality and can communicate just like a normal person can? They don't
No.
have a soul.
What does having a soul have to do with anything?
I don't know.
You Mitch McConnell, motherfucker.
Mitch McConnell will be the one advocating against robotic rights.
Yes.
Oh God, if you think Congress can't understand TikTok, imagine when robots become sentient.
I don't want to mention.
Oh
I
my
don't
God, it's
want to
terrifying.
mention. Why
Which is,
can't we be just Ray Punk future?
oh, that's the best future. That like steampunk is my favorite, but then there's all these weird. We'll probably have we're gonna have a later episode at some point discussing the different punk genres.
Not
Um,
not music.
no,
Aesthetic.
I mean,
Aesthetics.
we could talk about punk, that
Yeah, I
kind of
mean,
punk
yeah, we could do
later.
it. I mean,
But in this particular instance, punk aesthetics, as far as like steampunk, solar punk, there's clock punk. There's so many crazy.
Diesel Punk.
Which one?
Diesel.
That's okay. Okay, steampunk's my favorite. Diesel is my second, and it's not because like steampunk's the world I want to live in. Like I think the world would just be better if we were stuck in the 19th century. I just think that's neat.
We wouldn't be
Pollution.
able to record this podcast.
Yeah, but we can be on a soapbox and tell people about the latest picture show we saw. Guys, we gotta tell you about this new Nickelodeon we saw. There's
Oh my god, yes.
guys.
Thanks for the terminology. Just alienate everybody who's listening to us right now. They don't know what that word means.
There's a whole channel named after it.
They just know it has cartoons on it. They don't know what it was originally.
It was a nickel. It was a Nickelodeon. And oh god, well to get on our soapbox and be like, guys, you got to see this new picture show. Get this, get this. It's 5 minutes long and there's sound.
That's too much, man. That's too much for my puny
See,
brain.
just like Socrates said about
Jesus.
about how he thought writing. This really dates Socrates when Socrates was going off, just going ham about how the youth of today and their newfangled writing. He was going off about how writing is going to be the downfall of civilization. The second you can put thoughts to words and convey that, he's like, this is it. It's all downhill from here.
That's tapping out.
It's so funny to look back and see all these philosophers and all these futurists talking about how this is definitely going to be the downfall of humanity. It hasn't happened quite yet.
I don't know. We're seeing the signs, the same signs that led to the Romans.
The Romans.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, we've technically had multiple apocalypses, but now it's going to be worse because people can't live without their smart fridge.
Their smart fridge where they can play Doom on it. Dude, that look, you guys gotta really understand. We're a bunch of cavemen. Like the idea, like the novelty of playing Doom on a piece of furniture or with the dishwasher or the laundry machine.
Dude, I was freaking out when playing Doom Eternal, which probably more that came out. I think I played it nonstop for over a year straight. It was like the only game I played was Doom Eternal. The fact that you can play the original Doom in Doom Eternal, like the Doom Slayer has a PC in his bedroom. It's got guitars on the wall,
Yeah.
and he's got a rack for all of his guns, and he's got a rack for his miniatures and his toys. And in the center of it all, he's got a PC, and you can just play the first Doom and the second Doom on there.
That reminds me of like I guess a little less impressive, but for the Game Boy Advance, the remake of the original Metroid game, Zero Mission, once when you complete the story and beating the game, you have the option to play the original Metroid game on the same cartridge. And I'm like,
really cool.
it's really sick. I will say I am very privileged to be in the time period where we have save files. I will tell you that right now. I would not have the patience to be a gamer in the 80s. I have to remember 40 letters. Have you seen the passwords for Metroid?
Yeah.
Oh my god. I did it to myself being a Metroid fan, but god damn it, man.
Can you imagine that though? Like how arcades are essentially money pits, and the games are designed to go on infinitely.
Except for Pac-Man.
Except for Pac-Man. But games like there's games like Donkey Kong where it's like the Farlands in Minecraft where if you play it long enough, the game literally just starts breaking down.
Yeah, it was not intended to play it for that long.
I think even Pac-Man is the same way.
Yeah,
Even it just starts breaking down toward the end.
I've gotten pretty far in Galaga, but I don't think I've been ever anywhere close. As it might be news to everybody, but I think Galaga was the greatest game ever invented.
Centipede.
Centipede is very good, but I would say Tempest is better than Centipede.
You know what's better than all of them? Galaxian.
I don't have to be on this recording. I really don't. Even though I watched all these Evil Dead movies for you, I could just walk out right now.
Okay,
I could
okay.
take your ass home.
Listen. You have Galaga. Excuse me. You have the high score on my Galaga cabinet. You, I get so pissed off about it that
You reset the cabinet.
I reset the entire Galaga cabinet so I could have the high score, and then you came over another day, and then you got it again instantly on your first playthrough. I'm like, shit, I gotta lock this cabinet. But
I always felt bad because it's like it's not initially like when I think of my skills, I don't have many, but that's not the one that comes up first. Because I went on a date before my current relationship, and we went to a place that had a big like the new old arcade games, but they're on like four different screens, and it's this huge thing. And we played Galaga, and it was like, yeah, let's play Galaga. And then with the quick second, I was like, you had to be player one because you're gonna be sitting here. And then they die on the first level because it's
they suck.
yeah. And then I proceeded to go to round 12 before my first death. And so they just sat there on their phone and waited for their turn. Which I do feel bad, but it's like
Get on your level.
I'm sorry, it's just one of the skills that I have is just being that good at Galaga. I'm a man at a time.
Your high score that you got while you were in what physics class?
Oh yeah. No, it's chemistry.
Chemistry.
Yeah.
Some sciencey shit.
Yeah. I on like it didn't matter because it was on my Game Boy. But on my game, because it's like it's already a bitch. If you don't, it's like people who know, they'll know. The joystick and just red button is the best way to play Galaga and most Galaga or most arcade classics. But on the Game Boy Advance, you have a D-pad and a stiff A button and B button. But I managed to be what was it like? You remember it was like 1,000 points away from the world record.
Yeah, it was
It
crazy.
was pretty damn close.
It was crazy.
The only reason why because I was cool with my teacher, because he didn't care. We would just talk about like Rick and Morty and regular show and
That's
stuff.
cool.
It was
Is that the class I would invade?
no, that was physics.
Oh, okay, that's why I'm
Chemistry.
confusing.
He was the lacrosse coach, but I don't think we'll say more than that. So you could get the vibe that it's like somebody who also coaches something is probably a really chill teacher, you know. Uh, the only time is because I was just playing the entire game because just the entire period just playing Galaga, and I only died because he called on me because he wanted to talk about something talk about like Amazing Run of Gumball, the newest episode or whatever. And I look up and I'm like, because it's like when you build up a momentum in those kind of games, you kind of just get so far. Like one moment you have a setback, it's like I can't get back from this. You know,
Yeah,
you get so far into something, you just once when there's a hiccup, it's like the whole basket's sour. But yeah, I was really damn close to the world record just sitting there. I
that's
played
crazy.
like what is a class period like an hour?
Yeah,
I
like 50 minutes.
minutes. I probably paid for 45 minutes since the bell rang till he called on me, which there was like 5 minutes left in class. I just played it straight, and I was so close to beating the world record. But it burns me a little bit because it's like I could have been doing that on a cabinet.
But yeah, because if you did beat the world record, No one would ever know.
Yeah,
It would have been null and void. It sucks, but if you had beat, thank God you didn't beat it because that'd suck.
that would
That would
hurt.
hurt. That would really hurt.
Yeah,
Um,
it didn't matter. It was on the Game Boy. Doesn't matter.
Also, did you have like 20 minutes? They had 20. Okay, so on your Portal 2 speed run, not speed run, you're just playing it
I was just like,
casually.
yeah. I
Uh,
played it so much when I was a kid.
but you're 20 minutes away from the world record. But in this, I know you weren't speed running, but you're so used to the game and the rhythm and the flow that you're just breezing through it. Because once you know the puzzles,
Yeah,
you can just breeze through all the puzzles no problem. So you weren't trying to speed run, but you still got 20 minutes away from the speed run, the glitchless
yeah,
speed run on the game. Um, but I was telling you this on the phone not too long ago at work how in the speed running world, 20 minutes is absolutely nothing.
right.
It's to them, it's about seconds. It's down to milliseconds. It's down to pixels. And it's one of those communities that I'm definitely not a part of, but I'm fascinated with to see how people take it so seriously. Talk about how things are turned into a science. For me, I love, this is not hard because I'm stupid, but I love engrossing myself in a community where it's very niche, it's very scientific. So I'm really interested in speedrunning because I don't understand it.
Right.
And for me, that's really fascinating to watch people who are super intelligent and super talented work at something I will never understand or achieve.
I think Portal 2, Galaga, and Minecraft are pretty much the games that I'm pretty good at, which isn't saying much.
Yeah, Minecraft I think is definitely you're better than me.
I mean, once when I first beat the Ender Dragon, everything just
Fell into place.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
like where I could actually just mess around with like ideas of speed running with beds and stuff. Where it's like I know exactly what I need to do and what not to do extra.
You've
You know?
won. At this point, you're just experimenting to see what you, as a god, can now do.
Yeah,
You're trying out your powers.
yeah. I've never been able to um respawn the Ender Dragon. This just takes up too much material. All that. I still need to kill the Wizard and the Elder Guardian.
You know,
Me and James had a world where we were right about to go to um the because this was after we killed the Ender Dragon. We we what was it? So we had all our stuff in our shulker box, right?
okay.
And we had all of our important gear and everything, literally everything we had, right? Like all of our good shit. We were like, we're going balls, guns blazing right into this temple, right?
Mhm.
We finally get up there, and I'm like, "Hey James, do you still have that shulker box?" And he's like, "What do you mean?"
One shulker box.
Yeah, and I'm like, the one that you picked up when we left the house, and I know you died on the way here because you fell in. He fell into something that has to do with one of the pyramid, and he fell in the pit and got killed by a creeper. And he got all of his stuff back. And then, like when he told me, "Yeah, I got all my stuff back," I'm like, "Cool, whatever." And we're finally like we're on the edge of an island and we can see the underwater temple. And I'm like, "Hey man, you got that shulker box with literally everything we have?" And he's like, "What are you talking about?"
It's the map scene from Blair Witch.
Yes.
I chucked that shit in the river.
Yeah. And it's like at that point it's like we're done. I don't even want to play anymore.
It's ruined.
Yeah, we'll go play something else.
Just like last week with the recording. We
Yeah,
couldn't finish the review of Devil Pen, and I was so mad that I couldn't keep recording. I was like, that was lightning in a bottle. I can't keep up the momentum. That's why I talk so fast and loud. Because if I don't, I'm gonna lose momentum. You gotta
yeah.
keep going. You keep trudging on.
Just like you get so far in a game, one hiccup, you're like, I don't even want to play anymore.
Oh yeah, especially if for whatever reason you lose a save. Does that happen?
Anchor.
I don't know why I'm doing that. We said anchor. We don't have to imply anything. There's no implication. No fuck anchor. It's as simple as that.
But give us money.
Please.
Um,
Well, I think how long has it been since you and me have played?
Minecraft?
Yeah.
A while. We're on like season 3.
Let's explain that real quick.
You want to explain? Okay,
Okay.
you go.
Okay,
You
so
go. I'll fill in the blanks for you.
Thank you. I'm not the best storyteller, but I'll try my damnedest. So that we were playing Minecraft, and we're in a cave playing Minecraft.
No.
Sorry.
Stick to the script.
All right, as if there is one. So we were playing Minecraft in a cave looking for diamonds.
No.
And listening to I should say this. We were also playing the entire discography of Ballyhoo in the background. Like
this was like 2018, 2019.
Yeah, somewhere in the ballpark.
So they had just released their album Girls, which I highly recommend. They put out like 2 more albums since then. But yeah, that's the time period when Girls came out.
Yeah, so we're listening to the entire discography of Ballyhoo, playing Minecraft together, and we kept playing, and we decided that we're gonna like pretend that we're YouTubers, that we're streaming this.
Right.
So every time we got together and played, we would pretend this is the next episode of a season, and whenever we finished playing on a world, we considered that the season finale, and the next world we did was going to be the next season. So every session we were pretending to be YouTubers. I don't know why we didn't just record it, because it was honestly really good.
Really good material.
It was really good. Like the storyline in season 1 was so funny. Nacho the llama, the Raiders, and
that was a god.
So we had this very small island. I don't know if you chose that seed on purpose. I think it was just complete luck of the.
It was a luck of the draw, and moving forward, we just kept using it as our seed when we do the Bedrock edition, because it just gave us this perfect flat island with trees and stuff on it. It was perfect for expansion.
Yeah, so it wasn't. If it was just a grassy, like flat shoal in the middle of the ocean, that's one thing. But it had trees on it, so we had material to build a crafting bench, a crafting table. I mean, and we could also plunder the mainland and get more dirt from the mainland and go and get more resources and raid the villages. Right. And the cool thing is being in the middle of the ocean, because it's Minecraft, you're still getting merchants. You're still getting they'd come to you.
Right.
And raiding parties of pillagers would just be floating by through the ocean.
Because of how spawns are in the ocean.
Right.
Also, a good note is we also picked it because the ocean registered as a flowery biome. For some reason.
That one
patch. So we were able to get bees.
I want to talk about the bees.
We'll talk about the bees in a minute because it's important to season 1.
Yeah. Season 1's definitely the best, most eventful season. So we raided and pillaged the mainland and got Nacho the llama.
He was the homie.
R.I.P. Yeah. We'll get there. God, that broke my heart. Holy shit!
It was your fault.
It was No, it wasn't. And we'll get the why none of this is my fault. And why I am a victim of circumstance and all. No, I'm not a victim of circumstance. I'm a victim of you. We kept having marriage spats, and I'd leave the island and go hide in the cave as a hermit for a little while, and then you come find me because you look at the coordinates on my screen because we're playing split screen, and you'd hunt my ass down. And to make sure you didn't know where I was, I'd look in the corner of the wall, again, Blair Witch style, so you couldn't see me, so you couldn't see where I was on my screen, and you'd still find me because you can navigate coordinates.
Sorry, I can do basic adding, addition, and subtraction.
When we were in JRTC, even though you were in there a month, you couldn't figure out coordinates.
You didn't even have a class. That's not how long I was in there for.
You were even long enough to do the maps?
No.
Well, okay, that makes sense.
I'm doing my own way.
Yeah, you'll learn through Minecraft. That's a great way to learn how coordinates work. So we got Nacho, and and everything was thriving. We had a whole thriving, bustling community of just me. Me and him were practically Ren and Stimpy.
That was Ren.
You're
That
Ren.
was Ren.
You're Ren. Of course, I'm Stimpy. I always like to think this is Timon and Pumbaa, but we were really Ren and Stimpy on that island. And every group they would pass by. So okay, we had like a list of what they were. The pillagers were the HOA, the homeowners association, coming to talk about how our grass is too high. And so we killed
I would kill and plant their flags on my house every time.
we had quite the collection of flags.
Like, because it was from the point of view of, like, I killed one random illager once, mounted his head on the wall. And then, moving forward, they just kept sending search parties for him. And then the search parties would disappear. Then they start sending actual cavalry. And then the cavalry would not come back home.
They stopped sending search parties after that.
Yeah.
'Cause there was, I think halfway through the quote unquote season, they just stopped.
Yeah, they were just like, just don't go over there.
Learning a lesson. There comes a point
How
where
many times am I going to teach you this lesson, old man?
you had like 3 or 4 flags mount. Well, how many was it?
I had 12.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
You had 12?
Yeah.
I don't remember it being that many.
I-
Then again, I didn't sleep in the same house as you. I slept in a little work shed out back. That, by the way, before we get to that point, I do want to say, I think the,
I had to talk about my coca farm.
yeah, so not just was the HOA after us, but the FDA was the Endermen. The Endermen were after your coca farm.
My illegal coca farm.
They weren't mad. They weren't mad that you had coca. They were mad because it was unregulated coca. Thank God my honey corner was just honey blocks with a sign above it that
You
said,
ran away with one. You remember that?
huh?
One of the Endermen picked that up and disappeared. You don't remember that?
Dude!
Dude, we worked so hard on those honey blocks, man.
It was regulated! I had a license!
Yes!
I was registered! And he
It was
came!
called compensation.
Look, I'm just saying, I think Minecraft was being a little racist that day. Because I don't think it's fair that the only black mob of the game enters our house and steals my honey blocks. That just, I think
sounds like something an FDA would do.
Steal our honey?
Yes.
I want to make a short film of Winnie the Pooh. Now he's in the public domain of the FDA trying to steal his honey.
And it's like a Waco standoff.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, that's gotta be a thing, right?
That already has to be a thing.
On Tumblr or DeviantArt, someone has to have an image of Winnie the Pooh as David Koresh in the ATF raiding the 100-acre wood.
Oh my god. I remember, what's that, like that meme template of Winnie the Pooh? He's like, you know what I like? Honey. You know what I don't like? ATF.
Amen, brother. Amen to that. Oh, that's what the Enderman should have been. He should have been the ATF coming to steal our
What is
money.
the ATF?
I don't think we kept talking.
Zombies or the creepers?
I think the creepers because they're explosive, and they destroyed everything they touched. So, unfortunately, the creepers didn't blow up my house. So season finale here. Me and Slug have this big spat. Well, do you remember what was over? Oh, Nacho died.
Nacho died because you let a creeper into our fenced in island. You were capable enough of bringing in a creeper, move him all the way over to Nacho just for having him to explode.
I was ambushed.
You were not only did it kill Nacho, but it exposed the whole coca operation on the island. And they were coming down hot. They were waiting for these satellite photos of what was going on under our little getaway.
What makes it even funnier was it wasn't my house, but I had this shabbily built port, like a little harbor that was attached to the side of the island that I filled to the brim with signs that said Trump 2024, fuck Nancy Pelosi, It was like all this super right-wing conservative propaganda mounted all over the wharf.
Oh my god, it was so funny.
And so not just that, but so we have the ATF after us, and just like with Waco, because David did not set that fire.
David did not set the fire.
The ATF did.
Yeah.
And just like the real life ATF, the ATF came on our island, killed our llama, took our women, ate our food, and Nacho died.
Nacho died. But I will want to point out another funny moment where I'm like, hey Chandler, can you go breed the bees? And if they get angry at you, the only thing I need you to do is to not get stung. And you know what he gets done? He gets stung.
Well, it's a bee. And
we needed 2 of them. And you kill... So you spawned a baby, then proceed to have the mother and the daughter sting you. And they both died, leaving the father. And I was like, Chandler, I think you're off of honey duty. Moving forward, I entrusted you with one activity. While I am literally waging war against everything. I'm going out there. I'm in the nether. I'm in the homeland of these natives who sent in tribes to kill me. I'm out in the battlefields all day, and all I'm asking you is to just breed the bees.
The housewife is back home. Because that's what it felt like. I felt like a housewife. I was tending to the island, watering crops and shit. And even our houses. Your house was not huge, but
it went down.
It went down.
I made a catapult. I like building. I like surface level house, and then go down.
Did we ever do the dredging?
No, we planned on it, but then the season got cut. We got canceled.
Yeah, and so this is what happened. So after this huge spat, the creeper kills Nacho the llama, and things are really coming to a head. Like there's a lot of building tension between the man and the housewife. He's like, I'm busting my ass every day out here, and you can't even breed fucking bees.
Slapping him.
And like...
whooping his ass.
And I didn't even do anything. I didn't sabotage you in any other way other than lead a creeper onto the island, which, by the way, is completely fenced in around the perimeter, 360, and he still somehow got in. Don't ask me how. I actually don't know. I think he fucking spawned in there.
The whole island was lit up. That island was lit.
It was lit, but not in the ways I would like it to be. And so after our little spat, you decide, being this vindictive asshole that you are, to then reveal to me something I didn't know. So plot twist, everybody.
I burned down his house, and literally, we had found a temple, right? Well, no, I think I just crafted it. Either way, I put TNT under his house without him knowing. And at the finale episode, I say, fuck you, Chandler, and I burn down his shack, and just for it to reveal TNT and then just blow his house off the island.
I was like, what? It was the biggest reveal to me. Despite the fact we're playing with split screen, I'm so focused on trying to do whatever the hell I'm doing that I didn't even notice that when you helped build my house. No, you didn't build it.
I did.
You built...
Yes, because you said, fuck you, I'm not going to live on the island. I'm like, Chandler, I just built you a house and furnished it.
You could have done better. Yeah, you did furnish it with fucking TNT.
It was under the house. You didn't see
You
it.
planned this from the start.
I had no intentions of lighting that TNT. I had intentions of burning your house down that I built.
You sound like Ronald Reagan right now. You know that? You sound like Ronald Reagan.
Okay. I'm going to go pee. And so we're going to take a pause.
Oh, on that note?
On that note, we're going to take a pause that I'm Ronald Reagan.
Hold on.
Welcome back, boys and girls. The first take of coming back was dog shit, according to our host. I thought it was pretty good. We have emptied our bladders. We had to stop and take a little longer of a break because we need to get the charger. I was a little hungry, so I got a sandwich. But we are back.
You needy bitch.
As you're drinking my Jack Daniels.
I walked your dog. Fair enough? Fair enough?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, all right.
All right, we're back, and we're here to talk some real men shit.
I was the villain. I was
of our Minecraft story,
whenever we play Minecraft, you are either with me or against me.
and I'm very oftentimes against you because I'm not going to jail.
I will commit mass genocide on those illagers in Minecraft.
We did commit genocide quite a number of times.
You did it on your own volition too. Sometimes
Oh yeah, yeah. When I was separated from you, I had to survive, and of course I didn't
you
know how to
ate the
farm.
villagers.
It's not even something you can do. I role played though. I role played as some raider on the frontier, and I killed like entire villages without your help, by the way. So give me some credit.
You're an animal. You're a menace, Chandler.
But then I would die,
Spawn right back on the island.
and I wouldn't remember the coordinates. So we would just I'd lose all that shit that I scavenged. Um, but to go back to something earlier we were talking about with movies was how Markiplier, for whatever reason, decided he was inspired by Iron Lung and it being an easier film for someone to do just because of the locale and how the Iron Lung has that porthole. You don't even have to see the outside.
No.
It can be entirely from within the perspective of the sub, the the Iron Lung itself. And I asked you about your short film and what you were inspired by. And I think we mentioned it very briefly, but in regards to the movie I intend on making this summer, one of my major influences, and I think this is true for every horror fan who has ever dabbled in filmmaking. If you are making a horror movie, you're most likely inspired by The Evil Dead.
Evil Dead 2 for me.
A lot of people, that's the case. But the first Evil Dead, 1981, when it was released, was it Sam Raimi's first foray into filmmaking? No, that'd be Within the Woods. But I can't watch it because I cannot find a full official version of the film.
Why can't I? Why? Why?
I
It's either the audio is completely gone and it's perfect, or the audio is there and the video is just shit.
Tell me why the Nazi Titanic from 1943 is available freely on YouTube, but I can't find a full copy of Within the Woods, the prototype for Evil Dead. It's madness,
It's outrageous.
and I will
It's
not stand for it.
ludicrous.
I will not stand for it. We're not ever going to talk about Ludacris on this podcast. I'll tell you that. That's damn sure.
He's not that great.
No, he's not. But you know who is great? The legendary Sam Raimi, who was a child when he made it. We are older than Sam Raimi.
When he made the first movie.
When he made the first one, I believe he was 21 or 22 years old. We're a year or two older than Sam was when he made it, and it's insane to me. Remember how I talk about how I want this podcast to be very low budget, very shoddy, just held together with duct tape. There's a charm and a quality to that, and it shows you that anybody can do this. That's kind of not to compare the podcast to one of the greatest horror films ever made, but that's essentially what Evil Dead is for a lot of up and coming filmmakers, especially young kids. Is they see this movie and they're like, "Oh wait, I don't have to go to Hollywood to make a movie.
Right.
I can just whip out a 16 millimeter camera and just film whatever I want." That kind of energy, and that didn't really exist before. Prior to that, want to talk about?
Because you drink more of my goddamn Jack Daniels. You're gonna come in my house
I paid for your gas.
wearing a cowboy hat, denim vest, and you're gonna drink my Jack Daniels.
What else am I supposed to do? Not drink your Jack? So, anyways, somehow more important than Jack Daniels, The Evil Dead. I want you to talk about your experience, which is very new. But I want you to talk about not necessarily the plot of the movie, don't get into that, but just like what it means to you,
So
what you've known about it.
the first movie I saw out of all the Evil Dead uh, movies, series, and even the comic books. I still haven't looked at the comic books, but I I watched Evil Dead 2. Was my introduction to the Evil Dead series. And even at a young age, I was like, wow, I really like the practical effects. I really like this and that. But but obviously I've said on the podcast that the movie that was like, okay, that's what I'm gonna do, like career wise and everything, was Cabin Fever. But when I was watching Evil Dead, I was watching it when I wasn't supposed to. But uh, as I've talked about with my parents, they're like, after I like, did you watch the movie? Yeah, and they're like, all right, what'd you think?
You saw it. You can't stop it now.
Yeah, yeah,
It was pretty good though, wasn't it? Huh?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, I was just enthralled with the storytelling and the just. I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna just do it. This is how I see it. This is the money I have, so I'm gonna do my best to get my image of what I see for this movie across. And only later did I see the issues with it. Not necessarily like it's a bad movie or anything like that. It's just Evil Dead 1 going into Evil Dead 2. It's a little funky, but like once when you know that from the perspective that he's stuck in a time loop and everything, it makes a little more
That's
sense.
my favorite theory,
That makes the most sense to me. So for
personally.
me, it's canon.
Well, yeah, because you can reconcile all the canonicity issues by just saying he's stuck in a time loop, and the Deadites keep putting him through this trauma over and over again, making him relive the same moment to make him go crazy so they can possess him. And that's why in Evil Dead 2, coming right off of the first one, they do a retelling because he's stuck in the loop and then he's possessed.
Right. I've then watched a little later Medieval Dead, or otherwise known as Army of
What
Darkness.
losers call the Army of Darkness, but it will always be known as the Medieval Dead to us.
And that just blew my mind in terms of the skeleton army.
The Ray Harryhausen type effects with the
Yeah,
stop motion.
yeah, and it that was about it for me. And watching the first Evil Dead movie for me was like the holy grail of like I want to watch it so bad, but I never got around to it until we were doing this episode.
We watched the first one together after we saw it the same night after seeing Evil Dead Rise. We came back and we
And it
watched
really
Evil Dead.
changed my structure of my favorite Evil Dead movies.
Yeah.
Because before going to the theater and watching the first one, I had rewatched the second Medieval Dead. I'd watched the TV show, the entire first, second, and third season
You
in
finished it in what, 2 days?
almost like the time span it took to watch all of it was one day. But I watched all of season one and half of two, and then when I got home from work, I watched the rest of season two and then two episodes into season three, and then at work that same day because it was up and I don't, so I get home around 11 and I don't have to be back at work until 2 in the afternoon. So I stayed up a little bit watching that, and then when I went to work the same day I finished the series, and then we watched the remake in 2013.
Is that as bad as Leprechaun Origins for you?
No,
No.
no.
But if there has to be like a black spot,
Hmm.
like the bump in the road,
It is definitely 2013.
it was just crazy because you go online and most people would disagree with that completely.
I don't know. We just have better takes.
Are we,
I think that's what it
are
is.
we just the best?
Yeah, we are. We are just always coming in with the best takes. Like
It's
Scream 6 being the best, if not the second best Scream movie in the franchise.
it's been completely lambasted by critics for some reason. I don't know what it is, but apparently we just have all the hot takes.
We have the best takes.
I some of the look, the, especially of this series, like with Evil Dead, a lot of the charm and what a lot of people on the outside don't see, they just see it's cheesy. They see that it's goofy, and they see all these stupid effects, and they don't take it seriously. But that's the point.
Right.
And with a lot of stuff we talk about, people are somehow missing the point of what the whole thing's about. But that first Evil Dead movie, there's a few funny bits, right? There's a few funny bits, but for the most part, it's taken relatively seriously. There's a few lines like from Scotty, That's pretty funny. Oh, when Bruce Campbell's just beating the shit out of Scott, he's slapping him. He's like, "Get a hold of yourself! Get a hold of yourself!" And the guy's dying.
He's bleeding to death.
His skin's peeling off. The dude has his fucking bone sticking out of his arm. And Bruce Campbell's just slapping the shit out of him. It must have felt good for once to not be the one getting slapped around.
But he wouldn't know that at that point.
Not yet. He was about to have a rude awakening. There's no way anyone could have known where this movie was going to go. Least of all, Bruce Campbell and Sam Raimi, you know, school friends.
Yeah.
And I think that's what's so appealing about it is the behind the scenes of Evil Dead is just as important as what happened on set. You know, there really wasn't a set. They're out in the middle of the Tennessee wilderness, up in the mountains, drinking moonshine and getting fucking baked on doobies out in the woods. Uh, the kids,
Right.
the kids trying to have a good time, and Sam Raimi being an up and coming filmmaker is like, hey, I know Bruce from school. You know, a bunch of hooligans. They got together, got a camera, and they shot a movie. And I've said this before on the show, but that is this movie is Mecca for people like us. This is the Holy Land, the Holy Grail, as you said. It's what everyone aspires to be because it makes it obtainable. Like this is something you can do. And what's so crazy about it is, despite how DIY it is, he revolutionized the craft and did stuff that no other filmmaker had ever even thought about doing. The whole like the Deadite POV flying through the woods is insane. Now we take that for granted. That's like whatever. Other filmmakers try and wish they could be like that.
Right.
Or some of the shots that Sam does, like when he's up in the fucking rafters, getting some of those shots
Yeah.
up in the ceiling. He's the camera is a part of the cast. The camera itself is a character. It had never been used that way before. It was absolutely innovative for the time. Or the fact that they would put it on a 2x4 and they would push it through a window. But they essentially created the Steadicam. Sam, you could say he invented the Steadicam because that just did not exist prior. So this whole movie it's almost like Earth billions of years ago, and you have these big pits, these big boiling pits of liquid, and it just had like the right ingredients for life to sprout out of it. And that's what this movie is for a lot of different people is it's this cesspit of all these innovative ideas and techniques that just when put together it creates something that had never been seen before. And honestly, I still don't think anyone's ever really replicated. Even Sam Raimi himself. You know, with Evil Dead 2, which some people like to call a remake of the first or a rehash, it's really
Cool, as Bruce Campbell calls it.
it's not. It's really not. The second one definitely stands on its own with a bigger budget, bigger production, but that first movie has such a charm that has just never been duplicated
No.
in technique or style. And the fact that it was just a bunch of kids in the woods with the camera changed the landscape of cinema forever and made it achievable for everyone to do it.
We
And
were running around with VHS cameras, which just boggles my mind. Just thinking about that bulky ass fucking camera and putting on a 2x4 and shoving it through a window.
or that final shot, I really don't understand how he did this, but apparently for the last shot when the Deadite flies through the cabin, goes through the back door, goes all the way through the cabin and out the front, and then it ends on that shot of Bruce. From everything I've read through interviews and just through reports, what I gather is that Sam Raimi got on a motorbike with the camera in tow and drove it through the cabin. But he had a pole on the front end of the motorbike that's out of frame, and so they when he hits the door explodes before the bike does because there's a pole on the front that knocks through the door, but you can't see that in the camera. You just see it as if that's the Deadite's POV, but he's fucking driving through the cabin on a motorbike, and someone I see people say that he rammed into Bruce Campbell with the camera. I think that's a myth. Uh, but at the same time, I wouldn't doubt it, which is how
Yeah.
improvised a lot of this stuff kind of feels.
Dude, you're gonna be putting me through so much shit like that during your movie.
You're my Bruce Campbell.
I had to be, because nobody else wants to be.
You're the only one who's gonna go through maybe spoilers for this movie, but you're quite literally gonna go through some terrible shit. Uh, so very much look forward to you being my Bruce. I could be your Bruce too on some of your solo projects.
Yeah,
Definitely look forward. But you see what I mean? It's it's that chemistry that Sam and Bruce have that is just that's the bread and butter of this whole series. And yes, Rise doesn't have Bruce or Sam. It has them as executive producers, but that partnership was just the perfect combination of an actor who's willing to put himself through literally anything the director tells him to do, and a sadistic director who just wants to torture his childhood friend. And hopefully we can replicate that ourselves.
torturing your childhood friend.
It's just it's a fun movie despite how dark it is. And I know a lot of critics at the time, just like with Texas, just like with a lot of horror movies at the time, it was always you know, especially in the 80s, you know, they had the satanic panic going on. You got a lot of people worried about horror movies. And yeah, critics didn't really like it at the time, despite how revolutionary the filming techniques were. They just saw a grindhouse movie with blood, gore, guts, demons, possession. That's all they see. They don't see anything else.
Honestly, the only nudity until TV show.
Right. Even with, I mean, it's the rape scene, and the rape scene was that was a big deal breaker for a lot of people. A
Yeah,
lot of people could just not get over the fact that was in there, despite the fact we've talked about movies like I Spit on Your Grave and stuff like Last House on the Left, and other movies that feature such topics weren't quite heavily as criticized as this movie was. And it was a tree that did it.
yeah,
It's a fucking tree. You'd think that'd give them a pass. And I love when her dress, Cheryl's dress is being undone. You can tell Sam or somebody's behind the camera with a stick, like ripping into it.
right.
Like the whole scene when you're watching, you're like, okay, that's a reverse shot. Again, it goes back to you can see the process unfolding. There's not a technique that's like I don't know how they pull that off, but that's also the beauty and the charm of it is I'm watching these scenes, seeing exactly how he did it, and yet that doesn't diminish the impact of any of the scenes whatsoever.
Yeah,
Um, not at all. It's still very visceral, still very gritty, but there's a playfulness to it that remains throughout the entire series and is ramped up considerably throughout the series.
especially with the TV show.
Hmm.
We'll get to that in a moment. I think talking about the plot of the first movie is a good step off point.
It's really just, I mean, when you really think about it, Evil Dead is essentially just 1970s Equinox. Which, if you watch it, it's almost identical. Not the plot structure, right? Not the movie itself is different, but the opening, especially of Evil Dead 2, is I'm gonna make you watch it later. It's the same thing. It's insane, but it's like this came out like 18. Evil Dead 2 came out 18 years, 19 years later, and it's literally just the opening scene of Equinox. It's um, but as far as Evil Dead is concerned, it's not Equinox, and I think it's better for that fact alone. If you want to say anything negatively about it, Equinox, it's not Evil Dead. So the plot is pretty simple, and it's kind of pointless to even go over it. But let's put out some time to talk about the plot of Evil Dead, as if people don't know.
Right.
So a bunch of kids, uh, Bruce Campbell playing Ash Williams. You got
Ashley Williams.
Ashley, Ashley J. Williams. Uh, I read some articles saying it was like that he was like some trans icon because his name was Ashley. I'm like, don't make this about you. Don't make this about you. So you have Ashley J. Williams played by Bruce Campbell. You got his friend Scotty played by Richard Lady Rainicorn. Excuse me, Demanicore. You have Teresa Tilly as Shelley. You have who's that? Who the hell is that? Oh, that's Betsy Baker playing Linda. You got
course, you have Ted Raimi as Henrietta, the possessed Henrietta. Ted Raimi's great. He doesn't quite go through the ringer like Bruce does, but Sam always has a role for him somewhere. And then you got Ellen Sandweiss as Cheryl Williams, Ash's sister.
Yeah.
So that's the cast we're working with. Um, and it's the acting. I don't think of it as bad. I've heard some
No,
people describe the acting as really wooden and stiff. But I'm like,
it gets the job done.
first off, the world of Evil Dead is already very campy. It, especially when we get to the show, it feels really like a Saturday morning cartoon.
Yeah.
It very much has that '80s cartoon vibe to it the whole way through. So that doesn't bother me. The acting is very good, but if you're gonna note anything about the acting, you're gonna have to note Bruce's. Uh, I think Scotty is a great part of the film, and he's definitely written, at least in the beginning, to be the lead. Somewhat, he's definitely the macho man, and he's more heroic, and then it completely flips on its head halfway through the movie. Because when you're first watching it, you may be fooled into thinking that Scotty is somehow the lead, because Bruce hasn't figured out the character of Ash yet. Because first off, he's never acted before. This is completely new to him. His friend came to him and was like, "Hey, you want to make a movie?" Okay, sure. And considering all that, he's doing damn good. And considering they're all drinking moonshine and smoking out there in the woods, I'd say his all their performances don't really reflect
Right.
that. But he hasn't figured out the character of Ash yet. He's still kind of unsure. And that plays into the character. He's very, shy, very hesitant. He can't even get through a toast because he's messing up the words. He's fumbling over himself. He's definitely not the cocky, arrogant uh, guy that we see later in the franchise. And so he's definitely working out the character as the movie goes on.
He's not a womanizer yet.
Not quite. I mean, he still is.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole bit with Linda is really sweet with the necklace. But that's the problem. Not problem, but it's something to note that he's sweet in the first movie. There's a wholesomeness to him. It's completely gone the second you get to the second movie.
As soon as Linda dies
And
into.
I think that's kind of, and we're gonna hit all the movies and talk point by point, but just kind of stepping outside, looking at the series, I want to harp back on the whole time loop theory
Right.
because I think the reason we have so many different versions of Linda in every installment is because the Deadites are putting it through a loop, and the people don't matter. It's who this person was to Ash. That's why the actress always changes. Of course, I mean, it's really just lawsuits and distribution rights and all the stuff that's not fun behind the scenes. But if you want to, as a fan, if you want to explain why the actors change, that's why. He's going through a time loop, and the Deadites are just teasing him because they want to possess him. Because for whatever reason, they can't break this guy, but they would also remember this guy from the 1300s,
Yeah.
and it makes you wonder if they in the first movie. Of course, Sam didn't have like a Bible written out that planned all the way to Army of Darkness, aka Medieval Dead, but It's it's got this sense of fate to it, the whole series, that no matter what he does, he's always going to be stuck fighting Deadites. He's always stuck in this loop. Um, and I think that helps explain it. But as far as the acting, I think it's very suitable, and all the techniques are wonderful. But something else I want to talk about is the repercussions of the film itself. Because, yeah, you could talk about the behind the scenes, you could talk about the movie itself, but you got to talk about what happens after it comes out. A lot changes. It made a huge, huge wave. So, Stephen King, first off, was one of the first major critics to talk praise. And this is what had other people pricking up their ear and listening. Because, of course, in the horror field, who's more respected than Stephen King? He's the guy.
He's the guy.
He's the guy. So he's like the biologist from the Devil Bat. He's in his field. He's the guy.
He's the guy.
You go to this guy.
Spy Kids 2, the guy played by the Hobbit.
Yeah, yeah,
Elijah Wood. That's
uh,
there you go.
yeah. I don't know why I was thinking about Martin Freeman, who played who played a different Hobbit in a different movie. Yeah, Elijah Wood was in Spy Kids. You're right. Pardon me.
I know my movies.
Yeah, you do. I just remember Thumb People. That's all I remember, bro.
Oh my god,
We'll talk about Spy Kids at some point, I guess.
I'm sure.
Let's get
It's
through
got the
this.
sci-fi aspect to it, but yeah, when Stephen King really acknowledged it, from everything I read, it's what made it become a series. It was able to become a series because of his praise.
So you really think Stephen King for this series being what it is? Not trying to take any credit away from Sam Raimi, but I think people you made a good movie, but people kind of undermine the importance of critics. And this is we're not critics. We're I mean we're two guys
Yeah,
with
the
a
big
laptop.
point. We're not critics because we actually make good opinions.
Oh yeah, you're right. We can't be wrong according to you,
That's why we can't be critics because they're all wrong.
especially about Scream 6. But I digress.
Jesus.
So a lot of people undermine like the importance of someone like Stephen King coming out and vouching for your movie. Otherwise, they're just a bunch of kids that no one's gonna give the time of day, and they made some satanic, demonic film.
It's not even that bad.
No,
In
no,
terms of the content, yes, you got the rape scene, but overall, it's too cheesy to be like,
take it seriously
yeah. But it's also cheesy in a good way.
in a fun way, as we
Yeah,
like to say. It's just a fun movie, despite how this is out of all of them except the remake. This is probably the most serious in tone.
yeah,
Even Evil Dead Rise, I think, is funnier.
yeah.
There's very few jokes. The only running gag is the way Scotty says "Jesus Christ" is a punchline for everything he says. I think that's a funny gag. Um, but another thing that's important to note is that attaches this movie to the bigger fish in the pond is the poster in the basement. I know this is such a silly detail to point out, but the fact that this movie has a Hills Have Eyes poster for Wes Craven in the basement is a big deal. And I don't know if you knew this, but in the first Nightmare on Elm Street, what does Wes Craven have them watching on TV?
Evil Dead.
The original Evil Dead. Paying homage. And to pay homage back to Wes Craven, what does Sam Raimi do? In part two, in the cellar of the cabin, yeah, Freddy's glove.
Yes.
And that kind of stuff, tying this movie to bigger fish is a great way to validate its own existence.
Yeah. And we'll get to it, but the TV show absolutely just jumps it from being just like, obviously it's an icon already, but the details and lore we get in the TV show just brings it all the way up to like Elm Street, Camp Crystal Lake, actually having a background where all this is taking place, to give it a location rather than just a cabin in Tennessee.
Absolutely. Well, in the show, they even changed it to Michigan, confusing and convoluting the canon even more. But
Yeah.
that's the joys of the series. Is try to figure it out, try to work it all together. But the story and the canon all come second to the practical work that's on display. Because that's really all this is. This whole movie is just an excuse for Sam Raimi to bully the shit out of Bruce. I don't know what Bruce did to him in school. I really don't. But the whole movie is just him. What can I do next? What can I do? And when you get to two and when you get to three, it's always amping up that that it factor. What else can I add that I haven't already done?
Ash Williams can handle anything. Let's see what I could throw at him. Not like taking the second to see that. Oh, you're right. That's Bruce.
That's not a person. That's a character. Yeah, he sees Bruce as the badass he's trying to create. But I don't think that vision was originally there in that first movie. I think he literally
No,
just wanted to torture Bruce. That's really it. Um,
I think it's he had the initial thought to torture Scotty the same way that he was going to torture Ash, but because everybody left.
not just did a lot of them leave and weren't there for shooting. You have the issue of what they were willing to do and not do.
Right.
That was a big thing. Was a lot of them weren't willing to do the same stuff that Bruce was doing. And yeah, I think these are young adults, and a lot of them don't want to spend all that time out in the middle of nowhere. Um, Also, a funny anecdote is anytime Bruce sees people at conventions bring him stones, and I think we talked about this.
Yeah.
He always gets mad because people will trespass on the original filming site, and they take pieces of the chimney because of course the chimney of buildings is always like the last thing to go, and people are like vultures. People like us, cinephiles who love this shit, want to go visit locations, like how we visited the Friday Part 6 cemetery.
Yeah.
um, we want to go visit the places we see in films, and people will go there and just snatch up any last remnant they can, anything, any souvenir they can pick from the bones of where the cabin once stood, and they'll take the stones, the bricks from the chimney, and they'll take it to Bruce at a horror convention, and they'll make him sign it, and he'll always get kind of pissy about it, and be like, you're trespassing, right? Like there's not much left. Let it lie. And he kind of gets upset that people are trespassing on that land, but that's the unfortunate reality of filming on in the middle of nowhere. Someone's eventually going to buy that land.
Right.
Someone's going to own it. Um, but the people who own the land don't seem to be too bothered by it. Yeah, it's
I
not.
wouldn't be.
No,
I think there would be a level of trying to preserve it more than just letting it rot away.
and they don't. They don't really take any precautions or any extra measures to stop it from when it seems. I've seen so many clips of people just walking out there and they just like they'll take dirt, they'll put it in a canteen or a canister of some sort, or they'll just take rocks, and there's not much left. It's just bones essentially of what was, and it's really sad. But it's
To not preserve the first cabin is just
the miniature model of the cabin from 2 was in an episode of MythBusters.
really.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
yeah. He just Adam was was talking to a guy, and the guy was like, "Oh yeah, you want to see something cool?" And he was like in this warehouse full of all these different movie props, all around, really cool stuff. There's honestly cooler stuff than the cabin in there, but he's like, "Yeah, come over here," and he showed him just literally in the middle of the room. It's not on a shelf. It's not anywhere. It's in the middle of the room on a table. It's just the cabin from Evil Dead 2, just sitting in the middle of the room.
That's
He's
awesome.
like, "You know what this is?" And he's like, "That's the cabin from Evil Dead." And I think that warmed my heart more than anything is that he instantly recognized where that cabin was from. Um, that's Evil Dead 1. I mean, you know the plot. It's got the Necronomicon Ex Mortis, which doesn't. It's not called that until the second movie. It's the Book of the Dead, and it's funny. I think Necronomicon is more associated with Evil Dead now than is H.P. Lovecraft. But you read what?
I think a good point before we move forward is to point out that if there's any fingers to blame, it was Scotty pressing the recorder to keep going that released the Deadites.
Well,
But you can also say the professor that recorded the speaking
yeah.
tongues
Uh,
isn't at fault, but I really don't think it was ever Ash's.
no, it was never Ash. Even in the later films, I really don't think it was Ash. Um, yeah, you could blame it on Scotty, but the thing is, the Kandarian demon is already present before the tape is even played.
Right.
Because you see, when the movie starts, you're already in the POV of the demon. I don't. I really don't think. I don't really don't think Sam really thought about it. To be honest with you,
No.
I don't think he thought about it. But
The Kandarian dagger, the actual one, is in the first movie. The second movie has a different design for it, but they repress the reprise the look of the dagger in the first movie in the TV show.
which is a cool way to tie it back in.
Yeah.
We'll talk more about the show, but the show has a way of tying itself to the other stuff, but more so in a poking fun kind of manner
Yeah.
versus explaining anything.
There's
It's like
such a good joke in season one. Was it season one or season two? They go to the cabin.
season 1.
Season one, at the very end, this is a really good joke we'll get to, but it won't make sense until we start talking about two.
Right. We'll get there. We'll get
Yeah,
there, as we like to say.
the main point is they find the dagger, the book in the basement in the first movie.
Hmm.
But to tie into transitioning to the second one, you get a kind of a flashback with a different Linda, and it's just him and Linda driving in the Delta up to the cabin, and they find the Necronomicon, the dagger, and the recordings outside the on the table in the living room rather than in the cellar.
Hmm.
Yeah,
That's why I like the loop theory because it explains why things are changing versus. Yeah, just to think about it.
right.
Also, it should be noted that the car that they drive, the Delta, throughout the entire series, that's Sam's car,
Yeah,
and everything that Sam has ever filmed, other than putting Bruce in it, because he likes having Campbell. I mean, he was in Multiverse of Madness. He was in the Spider-Man films.
yeah.
Bruce was in all of them. So is the Delta. The Delta cameos and all of his stuff. So it's almost like the Pizza Planet truck in Pixar. You always gotta look out for the Delta, the classic. Um,
um, I think it's also to also important to address that Linda's death is different in the second one, a little bit different.
Mhm.
Um, when he cuts her up, and her head is inside the clamp. When she bites his hand, it's what triggers him to cut off his hand. Correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. It's always. I thought it was. I was hoping that in the TV show, when he went back to the cabin, that same head was the original actress. But we do get some reoccurring actresses and stuff from the show. But I didn't get that with Linda.
No, Cheryl reprises the same actress that plays Cheryl reprises her role in the show. But the stop motion, of course, Sam's got a thing for stop motion that
So
he
good.
dials to 100 in Army, but for the second movie,
He dials it up to like 60.
well, his budget just balloons, and so all the stuff, and that's what this whole series is. All the stuff he couldn't do in the previous movie, he workshops it in the last movie, and then he expands upon it in the next. So the second movie is like the fulfillment, the the continuation of what he tried to achieve in the last movie, but didn't have the budget to do. Now he does.
The claymation of Linda's headless body dancing in the moonlight is also a really good. If you keep doing it, we'll get it. We'll get to it, but there's a reference to it in the TV show. It's so good.
Oh, and even when it's not the claymation, the actress playing Linda, you can see the makeup difference because for whatever reason her body rots like super quick into like when she's buried and comes back, her head's completely fine, right? Except that, it's all you got the white of the eyes and her teeth are sharp, but her body is completely rotted, even though she hasn't been dead that long,
Right.
which is interesting on its own. But when she jump scares Ash at the window, um, it's not claymation anymore, and you can see that like below her neckline, all the way down, is they colored it the same color as her rotted body. I just thought that was a nice, consistent detail. Um, and consistency, trust me, if I have to find consistency in the series because there's not much of it. The only thing that's consistent is that it's good.
It's good, and I was gonna say Ash, but no.
He's not good or bad. He's just the guy with the gun.
Yeah.
Um,
This is my boomstick.
it's so good.
Ah. Okay. Okay. Let's.
Oh, we're gonna gush about all the one-liners in Medieval Dead here soon. There's a lot, and they're a lot really good. Even two, I think one of my favorites is, after all, I'm a man and you're a woman. It's like that. It's so cheesy, and it's like when you go from the first movie to the second one, there's Ash's character develops so much, and you can say it develops in a good way or a bad way. That's up to you to decide. But he definitely changes between movies,
Right.
and it's pretty noticeable because
Yeah.
he's already like this Johnny Bravo, just dickweed, but he's lovable. Like he's an asshole, but he's lovable. But he's not quite the asshole he becomes in 3. But he's still just this real arrogant, kind of cocky guy in two, and it just comes out of nowhere from the shy guy that was in the first one. Um, his acting definitely improves.
Two,
Mhm.
two. There's a big jump in the quality of acting.
And a lot of people might beg to differ, and those people would be wrong. Those
They're
people would
just
be
wrong.
stupid.
They're just wrong.
Those are
They need
people.
to stop talking about movies and let us professionals do it.
That's what my mom was. My mom refused to watch Evil Dead. I should also give context. I don't think I talked about it, but when I first watched Evil Dead, the first one, it was back in 2019. So I'm late to the party, just like you are. Not quite as late, but I'm still late. It was between this time where I was.
Hell, I watched Evil Dead 2 in 2009.
It's not as bad as me. It took me later. I like it's one of those franchises you've seen clips from.
Yeah,
You've seen stuff
yeah.
from it.
And like I've already known the everything that happens in the first movie. I just had yet to see the first movie.
It's one of those movies that you can go your whole life without seeing, and you've seen it. You know,
Shining.
yeah, exactly. You know everything that happens, just about. You may not be able to quote it every little line except "Here's Johnny," but you know the gist.
Right.
You got the point. I was going between jobs at this point.
Bash your head in.
Hmm? Oh shit, yeah.
I know that quote.
Have you seen the behind the scenes on The Shining where Jack's getting ready for that scene where he's got the axe and he's about to go through the door? The whole "Here's Johnny" scene. For him to get pumped for that scene is wild. And that entire movie was just fucking batshit. Seeing him get pumped and ready for it was scary.
He's gonna kill her.
He's not acting anymore. He's not acting. Don't give him that axe. That's a real axe. Don't do it. But I was going between jobs at the time when I saw the first one. I should say all of them because I binge watched the entire series, other than the Star series, all in one go. But I was going between being a landscaper to working at Walmart, so I was in this downtime where I wasn't really doing much of anything, and so I spent a large majority of my time just watching movies. And I gotta be real. The first one, and we'll do kind of a ranking later, but the first one's my favorite, even having seen two and three already. I think Army of Darkness is the first one I saw. But when I saw that first one, it wasn't life changing. I think I was old enough to where stuff didn't really change the trajectory of my life like stuff earlier might have. Like I discussed, The Revenant was a huge influence on me, but I still understood why it's important. I saw all the bells and whistles, and I saw that considering the time it came out, this is a big deal, and I understand why it has become the face of horror. It's the beating heart of the genre itself. I mean, you
B
see that's.
movies.
I disagree. I mean, it is a B movie, but I mean in the sense where, I, like, you have Jason, you have the Friday series, not the one with Ice Cube, the one with Jason. You got Nightmare on Elm Street. You got all these different series, but I'd say the one that everyone looks up to, despite it being a B movie, it's Evil Dead.
It's the king of B movies.
It's the and who's the king of B movie actors but Bruce?
Yeah.
Um,
Hail to the king.
and you gotta
Oh,
hear
okay. We need to wrap up too. We're quoting.
you're quoting too much for three. Is it that good? Give me some sugar, baby.
Oh God, it's so
It's
good.
just pillow talk.
Wrap it up. Wrap it up so
Oh,
we can talk about Medieval Dead.
fine. We'll talk about Medieval Dead.
I think the main thing that you need to get from Evil Dead 2 is that the with a bigger budget, he's able to pull off the stuff that he wasn't able to do in one. Um, you get that he's in a time loop. I don't care if it's not canon; that it's canon.
Movie
He's
timelines will
disagree.
disagree with it, but it's pretty obvious. I mean,
It's yeah, it's pretty obvious, but the I think it's important that it's like no matter how much time Ash spends with the Necronomicon, he can just never pick up the slightest of Sumerian whatsoever. It's almost like he refuses to learn, like any way, like try to learn the language just so that he can actually combat it efficiently. He's just like, no, I'm just gonna shoot it with my boomstick. and see what happens.
It works. It's
It
very
works,
primitive,
yeah,
but
but
it works.
it shows that he's still like, no matter like how much of a lone wolf he is, he always needs assistance with the book.
Oh yeah, especially the druid scene, constantly telling them the passages to say. And I'm gonna be real, I thought he was gonna say a different N word, and I think that's kind of the joke that they were going with. But that whole scene was so funny when you couldn't remember it. But real quick before we fully transition into Army, um, I stand to it to this day, having rewatched it multiple times. Doc, I feel this. I feel this is true. Tell me what you think. I think the ending of Evil Dead 2 is quite honestly one of the greatest endings to a movie ever.
Yes, but it makes things complicated when you start Army of Darkness, because at the end of two, he's a hero, but at the beginning of Medieval Dead, he's the enemy.
You know, I think I can rationalize it.
Yeah.
Okay. First off, I think the only inconsistent thing between those two that I can rationalize is the fact that the gray he gets at the end of two, like when he sees the Kandarian demon come through the door frame, his hair goes white.
Part of it.
Part of it goes white. And it's not there in the third movie. And I think he looks really cool with the gray. And unfortunately, I have to wait till the show comes out for that gray to come back. And unfortunately for Bruce, it's real. It's real gray. Um, the insanity scene too, also into is phenomenal. I've heard some people say they swore off the movie because it was too silly, but I'm like, this is terrifying.
Yeah.
It's watching the guy mentally deteriorate like that is it's scary. It's a scary scene, but because it's Bruce, and we've talked about this plenty of times, the fact that it's Bruce Campbell playing Ash, it has this aura of silliness, and it's funny because it's Bruce. If you took Bruce out of that scene and put anyone else in it, it's a fucking horror. It's horrifying.
Yeah.
But we laugh because it's Bruce. But conceptually, that scene with him dancing with all the furniture and the lamp and the deer
really
head,
good effects.
the deer head looks really cool. I used to have nightmares about the deer head.
Did you have deer heads at your house?
I actually have real mounted deer heads shoved in the closet. Um, but like when I was at my grandmother's house, all the deer my grandpa shot were on the walls, and I'd hate sleeping in the living room because they were looking at me, and I'd wake up in a cold sweat because I'd have nightmares that they were looking at me, and it was all because of Evil Dead 2. So I think that scene, at least for me, I think was quite effective.
It was very effective. I definitely think the image of, I think that's the best way to illustrate a man's mental health slipping
Mhm.
perfectly, because it's like, yes, he's laughing, but you know he's laughing because he's like, I can't win anymore.
He's accepted his fate,
Yeah.
and even when he's laughing, he wants to cry. You can
Yeah.
see it. He's just in complete pain. He's lost everything. He knows he's stuck. He's not leaving this place, but he's still going to try and fight.
Uh,
And that is, I mean, you see that when when Annie Nobe shows up at the lost pages of the Necronomicon with Ed Gentry and the Toe Man and his girlfriend. When they show up, the second he hears a noise,
Baba Joe. Baba Joe.
I love him. He's great. He's awesome. Oh, the eyeball scene.
Yeah, where she chokes.
When chokes, yeah,
Yeah.
that comes up again in Evil Dead Rise.
I uh
It's definitely playing homage to that.
I uh I thought it was a really funny gag that he's like, I'll take you down the trail for $100, and she's like, yeah, if you can carry my luggage. And it pans into the car, and it only shows the pages. But then when they're walking, he's at the back of the pack with an entire trunk on his back, hauling it through the woods.
It's a great visual gag.
Yeah.
And there's quite a few of those, especially in two, that you may not catch on the first watch. But it's like the movie just gets funnier and ages so well. It's amazing.
Why?
It's amazing that in 50 years, excuse me, for over 40 years, there's only been 5 movies in this entire franchise. 5 movies and a TV show in 50 years. And the second one, there was some time between it, and there's some time between 2 and 3. Uh, but there's a huge gap between 3 and the TV show and the remake. Um, but before we get to those, Evil Dead 3, that's never called Evil Dead 3. Army of Darkness. Let's talk about it. So
Medieval Dead.
so when it starts and he's the enemy, I think, okay, this is what I think, right?
Right.
I'm putting on my tinfoil hat. Here we go.
Okay.
So in order to rationalize it, I think the group he is heralded as a hero by in the second movie at the very end, I think those are Henry's. Those are Henry's guys. And
Okay.
and when
Yeah.
3 starts, when he's in chains, I think
He was caught
Arthur.
with Henry's guys.
Yeah, he got caught with Henry's guys, and King Arthur's men showed up, and they took him in. That's the only way I can make it fit. The only thing is now he doesn't have that silver fox thing going on with his hair. As sexy as it was, he doesn't have it anymore. So bye bye gray
We
hair
talked
until
about
another
this.
30
You're
years.
so confident in being a heterosexual.
Game recognizes game. As a handsome man myself, I can point out handsomeness when I see it. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay.
Bruce Campbell is a hunk.
That jawline, though.
Yeah, they definitely make fun of it in Medieval Dead. When he's okay, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Well, it's even more pronounced in Army of Darkness, because his whole character is just continuously progressing. So by the third movie, despite the fact that it's supposed to all be happening one after the other, time shenanigans aside, this is all happening one after the other. So you could say this is all happening in a 24-hour period. He goes from who he was in the first movie to who he is in the third movie in the span of like 24 hours.
Well, it's not. It doesn't. We don't know exactly. Like that's how it plays out. But with the time loop, we don't know how long he was in the time loop.
That's what I'm saying. But
to
like,
develop that character.
And I think that's why he develops that way, because the whole macho man persona that he develops is like a safety net for his mental
That's how
state.
Scotty was.
Yeah, he pointed that out during the movie that Ash kind of adopted that macho man persona that Scotty had as like a coping mechanism.
Yeah.
To deal with the trauma that he's experiencing, because if you can't beat it, then you might as well laugh at it. And he decided to become this super cool badass.
Give me some sugar, man. Some Johnny Bravo mixed with Doomslayer.
A little bit of Elvis, and he would play Elvis. Bubba Hotep.
Bubba Hotep.
Yeah.
Bubba Hotep, Bubba Hotep, Bubba Hotep.
The-
Cinemassacre references. Anyway,
there's quite. I think that we've had a few. There'll probably be more.
we like Cinemassacre in
like
this
that guy.
household.
Yeah, we like that guy. We have his picture on our mantle.
I actually have
We don't even have a mantle.
The In Search of Darkness 2 documentary. That's the Cinemassacre version where there's extended content with James.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, I have a poster too.
Did you see the trailer for the
three?
For 3?
No, I haven't yet. We still need to watch the second one. We'll watch the first one together.
The one with Elvira?
Yeah.
That was really good.
Yeah.
That was really good.
For more reasons than another.
For one reason or another. Yeah. Also, speaking of beautiful women, let's talk about Army of Darkness.
Dude, that just like encapsulates the relationship. What Bruce says when he's laid up with all the girls giving him grapes and everything. He's like, first you want to kill me, now you want to kiss me. It's the first thing he says to her after she's like just saying, "I'm sorry, I thought you were those guys." It's completely understandable that I would think you were working with Henry, who Henry's guys killed my brother. So you could understand why I would be mad. He's like, "You're hitting on me, aren't you?"
So full of himself. It's so full of himself. It's great. There's the only blood in the movie. Like it's crazy. For an Evil Dead movie to be so family friendly, but it was distributed by Warner Brothers and Universal.
Did you say fuck?
Well, yeah, because they get one fuck. You're allowed one fuck,
It's so like there's something I would say like it would be off the script. Is Bruce is just like he's getting mobbed by people as he's like, all right before his speech. He's like, get the fuck out of my face.
So funny the way he said the line delivery. But right after he says that, you get another moment that yeah, it's Evil Dead and not so much in line with a family friendly film that the rest of the movie would later become. But the whole scene with the blood spout just gushing out of the pit,
Yeah,
that fucking Rancor pit,
yeah.
is essentially what it is. That's the most blood you see in the movie. In fact, as far as I can remember, that's the only blood in the movie.
It was from the pit at
That's it.
least.
And it's, I mean,
You'll have a little bit when they get impaled and stuff, but it's just like already set in the like how they did the effect. It was already for them to shove something through a character, they need to already have it on the shirt.
it was already there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Again, going back to, you could see how they pulled it off.
yeah.
But the stop motion stuff is impressive, and even if you know how you do it, that's still insane to me.
Yeah.
The amount of time and work that went into something like that, because it's like Jason and the Argonauts level of stop motion.
So good.
I mean, that's what it reminds me of, the skeletons and everything.
Yeah. So Ash, at the end of Evil Dead 2, is sucked through the time portal. He ends up in medieval times. Ergo, why Sam Raimi wanted to call it Medieval Dead, but they told him no. But
Why? It's got such a good ring to it. It rolls right off the tongue.
so then he gets captured by Arthur's guys because they think he's with Henry. They get into the pit. They throw him in the pit. And honestly, I don't think Ash would have made it if the man didn't throw his chainsaw down to him.
No, he was done.
Yeah,
He was about to punch in his ticket. He was done.
yeah. So much for being in the book, the the prophecy. I've talked about that before. If Ash died, there's
There's so many what ifs.
yeah, like it's probably what like I mean we don't see all the pages in 2013, but we don't see his like triumphant painting in the book saying that he was the hero in the 1300s or whatever it was.
It was 1300 AD.
Yeah, yeah. So he wasn't this prophesized hero in that book. But then again, we didn't see any of the other pages. We saw a good bit of the pages, but not that page.
I love how in the first movie the book looks so different, and how
It's so tiny.
it's so tiny. It looks like candle wax melted on the cover, and you could tell they're just scribbling in there. They're just doodling.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
and then the book just looks better and better as the movies progress. I mean, of course they do.
But he gets out of the pit and he declares to everybody, "I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. Henry, get the fuck out of here. I'm not that guy. Send me home. Get me the fuck out of this backwoods." And
That's what he says.
yeah,
He says, yeah, that's what he says.
he's like
That
it's so
whole speech
funny.
he does.
Every speech he does or any like interaction with these people, he's talking to them like they're from the 21st century with dialect and everything, but it's still English, so they could barely figure out what he's saying enough to be like, okay, he wants to go home to his time. But he talked for like 3 minutes straight, and then the only thing they got was he wants to go home.
It must be how Montezuma felt with Cortez when he came over to conquistadors. It's like, this guy's a god. And even though they don't understand the language at all, they just know this guy's different. And
Yeah,
it's good enough for them. They see a guy with a chainsaw. They don't know what a chainsaw is. And they don't even know the boomstick's a weapon.
yeah,
They're shocked when he pulls out and he fires it. They're like, that's what it does?
yeah.
It's
This
fucking
is my
magic.
boomstick.
That whole speech is great. And he goes on to spiel about the boomstick and what it's made of, and now it's cobalt steel. What the fuck any of that stuff is. And he talks about housewares.
Yeah,
And he starts giving a shout out to the Shop
the whole
Smart.
promo.
Yeah, Shop Smart. Shop S Smart. And they're all like enamored by what he's saying. Of course, yeah, we'll shop anywhere you say. I mean, what the fuck's that smart? What's anything you're saying?
But after he's like, "Give me the fuck home," the wizard, I forget his name. We're just gonna call him the wizard because that's essentially that's his role.
I want to call him a druid. because he's dressed like a druid. Because he's not really he's like a Merlin type, and Merlin was Celtic, and this is taking place in Britain.
Okay. The druid
Yes.
tells him, you need to go find the Necronomicon. And this is where my geek level comes out because it's the words that they speak is in the day the earth stood still.
Mm-hmm.
Klaatu.
Oh.
Ah, but yeah, he gets sent all the way out there. I really enjoyed the like it's still Evil Dead, but it's stretching that slapstick, that comedy aspect of this horror franchise. When he's in the windmill
Mm-hmm.
with the little ashes.
Oh, it's full on Three Stooges.
Yeah.
Full on comedy slapstick. It's beautiful.
And eventually, after the small ashes get together and they make a full-fledged ash, after he actually ate one of them,
I
and
love how you try to explain this.
he pours,
Boiling hot water.
yeah, he pours boiling hot water into his stomach to try to kill the little him that he ate, and then it grows into like a tumor and then eventually jumps out. Like it's like that's not how biology would work, but he stretches himself. He's pulling one way and the other one's pulling the other way, and eventually they split into two different ashes.
And it becomes Evil Ash. And that is a string of events that happens. that happens. The scene where he comes out the windmill and the Evil Ash is sticking out of him
Mm-hmm.
like a tumor. That always speaking of Cinemassacre, that's kind of what it reminds me of. I don't know if you remember all the Monster Madness intros.
Yeah,
It would start with that scene from Army of Darkness where he's you got the moon. The moon is just beautiful and bold in the background, and that always plays.
tumor ash,
That's is that what we're gonna refer to him as instead of
tumor
Evil
ash,
Ash?
tumor ash. But it is evil ash, and then evil ash also shows up again in the TV show, but kind of has a different vibe with him.
He's not quite a skeletal.
No.
Yeah, this
Well, in terms of before he kills Evil Ash, I'm talking about like
I know, but like the whole look and the way he acts is different. It's different.
right.
But I love he's such a different character despite the fact he's supposed to just be Ash if he was evil, and also he's played by Bruce,
Yeah,
which is crazy because he doesn't, despite being played by the same guy, he does not feel like the same character.
yeah,
So I think that is a testament that Bruce, despite being a B movie actor, is an awesome kick ass actor.
yeah,
Also the scene with the little guys when they're before he swallows the little him. You see that scene where they're pushing on his nose,
yeah.
and it's so poorly edited in. It I love that shit, man.
Like the
I love how bad it looks.
uh, what's the movie with Jack Black where he's the giant guy?
Kung Fu Panda,
No,
Bowser.
no, he's the giant Gulliver's Travels. The
Oh yeah.
Gulliver Travels reference. When he's tied down by all the little ones, and then he just gets up so easily.
I probably should let you finish your thought.
Yeah, yeah, I taste. If you want to talk about Kung Fu Panda, we can have an episode on Kung Fu Panda. I am not opposed to it, but right now we are talking about Evil Dead.
Damn it! God damn it!
Um, but yeah, he defeats his evil self. He finds the Necronomicon, and the first one sucks him into this portal, which it was a really interesting scene for me because I couldn't remember exactly what happened. Even though it's like, yeah, I've seen the movie before, but I've only seen it once other time, and it was the only moment where I'm like, I'm not sure what happens next. Like when he's getting, does he get sucked in or does he not get sucked in? It's
Right.
just those little details.
Oh, and his face being elongated,
Yeah, that's
like a cartoon character.
his chin, what I was referencing earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh, and there's 3 books here, which is interesting to note for later, because it will come up again. But up to this point, we didn't know there's 3 books.
right.
So the first book is like sucking his face in. The second book bites him, and the third book is the one he needs. And of course, Ash being the You know,
The lovable oaf.
the lovable oaf that he is, can't quite remember the words. And the whole ground starts shaking, and all these Ray Harryhausen-esque skeleton creatures start coming out of the ground. And when they start like poking his eyes, grabbing his ears, and slapping him, I'm like, yes, this is that Three Stooges shit I love.
Yeah.
I love it so much. And he runs back to the Castle Kandar, which for some reason's in the desert, despite the fact that being in Britannia, it's in a desert. But I think you said to me, well, yeah, but it's just in a different universe, in a different timeline.
Yeah, because Ash introduces gunpowder to medieval England.
He does. Ash, despite the fact that gunpowder is invented in
In China.
China as fireworks, and they couldn't figure out how to turn fireworks into gunpowder for hundreds of years.
Well, I believe there's gunpowder in fireworks, but what
They couldn't figure out how to use it in
it's a weapon.
guns as a
Yeah.
weapon. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Ash introduces gunpowder to these uncivilized folk.
It's funny we say that because even as kids, we knew how to make fireworks weapons.
Yeah, just shoot it at somebody.
Shoot it at somebody, throw it in a mailbox.
Or what you could do is just shoot it in some random stranger's open window right into the bedroom while they're sleeping, or into a moving car as you drive by. um, so they get to Castle Kandar, and this is when the whole siege scene takes place. It's awesome. I mean, how do you even want to describe this Lord of the Rings? You know, it came out before the Peter Jackson movies. I'm trying to think of like big nighttime battle scenes before this, like fantasy battles that were like this.
This would be your expertise.
Because
I'm not big on fantasy.
when it comes to fantasy, I'm not like a fan of '80s dark fantasy, really. Like I like the Dark Crystal and stuff like that, but
Dark Crystal is really good.
but as far as I mean, the best thing I can compare it to is Jason and the Argonauts. There's nothing like this kind of fight that happens until Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings, and even then, not till the Two Towers with the battle at Helm's Deep. At that point,
Nerd.
Helm's Deep is until Game of Thrones season 8 came out, it was the longest battle ever put to film, ever. And the only thing that comes close in my mind to a nighttime battle set in a fantasy setting is this. I mean, there's really nothing like it. It's pretty kick ass. And he converts the Delta into a giant medieval weapon.
Yeah.
That's really cool. But of course, like Ash isn't smart, but he has a chemistry book. He has like basic know-how. I mean, he works at a hardware store,
Right.
so he has like basic knowledge on stuff that for people in the 1300s changes the entire tide of war.
Literally, if he left that chemistry book there, I think things would be so much different. If
When they
he,
have nukes in the in the Revolutionary War,
I don't know about
in
that.
the War of the Roses, they already have fucking nuclear bombs. Yeah, I mean,
I think the funnest part of this series is the what ifs.
exactly. That's what I was trying to say. Is like, what if Ash did this? What if Ash? And it's mostly because of the time element. You
Right.
take the time travel element, I don't think it'd be as fun to speculate with. But
Because we were talking. I think it was off the cuff, off the air. We were saying that it's like once when that happened, that was the letting the genie out of the bottle.
Mhm.
Before that we couldn't really theorize on anything much. But then now you introduce time travel, and you've got wishy-washy time travel, like Back to the Future. Um,
Yeah, even that
each-
makes more sense.
yeah, yeah, it's like throw actual time travel theory out the window. Just Ash is immortal. Just like we were talking about, we'll get to it, but the priests in Evil Dead Rise, that could be Ash. Like there's nothing that says he couldn't be Ash.
Bruce plays. We didn't even notice this. And I've seen it twice.
Yeah.
You've seen it once, and neither of us noticed it was Bruce that was playing one of the priests. Now, I don't think it was vocally, but he's the guy who's playing the priest in the photo. And of course, the photo's from 1923, so it's very granular, very hard to see, and it's in a brief shot. So Bruce did make his cameo, and there's quite a few Easter eggs in that movie we'll get to. Um, so Evil Dead, excuse me, Army of Darkness, aka Medieval Dead.
Evil Dead 3.
No one calls it that. It's blasphemy. It sounds wrong. Why is it? It's weird, right? Like, that doesn't
The
sound
third
right.
one. Yeah.
The third one.
The third.
It used to be my favorite. It really used to be my number one. But I think having seen the original, there's just a charm to that first one that can't be overstated. But the third one, again, going back to what we were saying, how each movie just ramps it up. The third one ramps it up as far as the concept can possibly go. Stop looking at Markiplier memes on your phone. We're talking about Evil Dead.
I'm sorry. All
Back
right.
on point. Back on track.
A little too much Jack.
You had too much, Jack?
No, the audience. Let the audience think I
Oh.
had too much Jack.
See, you want people to think that you're the alcoholic. That's the real trick here.
Yeah. We're not gonna talk about your wine.
I'm not addicted to it. Yeah, sure, my blood alcohol level is higher than my IQ, but that's besides the point.
Yeah, it's everybody we know except for like 2 people.
We roll with a good crowd. We have a good circle of friends.
My alcohol level is higher than I can confirm it.
As you took another what's it? Is that actually Jack?
It's just Jack.
There's no fan. Oh yeah, we're out of fan.
We're out of fan. I'm out of mixers.
Oh, we should keep doing our promotions for like different stuff we drink. Because I did the Kraken rum bit for a bit. For a
Old
good
number
minute.
7, baby. It's never let me down.
Don't look. Jack is great. Just don't be like the guy himself and stub your toe on your. Don't get drunk off your own supply and then stub your toe on the vault that contains the recipe for your own drink.
I think I would probably make a tequila over whiskey, honestly.
I mean, yeah, aren't you more a tequila guy, anyways?
Yeah, but it's like when I drink, it's like I like what I like, but I also like paying homage to my heroes, my choice of drinks sometimes. And Lemmy, old number 7, that was Lemmy's favorite.
If it's good for him, it's good for us.
Yeah, I disagree with the red marbles, but other than that,
Wine is not a women's drink.
it's not.
It's really not. It's the beverage of the gods.
Yes.
I'm glad you agree.
Yeah.
We have no conflict. Fuck.
I don't fuck fantasy. Fantasy is terrible. Sci-fi is so much better.
Thank God we have an episode at some point coming up detailing that conflict in particular. But
Evil Dead.
Evil Dead. So we're gonna move on from Army of Darkness, and we're gonna
Hold on,
move.
I'm gonna sneeze.
You gonna sneeze? We'll do it.
I feel it coming. Just
Just-
keep going.
Just sneeze. You're gonna shit yourself if you hold it for too long. I know this from experience. Maybe that's why you have back problems. You're stifling too many sneezes. Listen. So we go a pretty substantial amount of time. We go like 20 years between Army of Darkness to the Stars TV show Ash versus the Evil Dead.
When did it air?
The show?
Yeah.
2013. So the same year as the remake.
It was 13 when this TV show came out.
And I was either 13 or 14 because I'm not that much older than you.
Yeah.
But it was a 20-year gap. And that's what I was trying to say. It was like a decade, a little over a decade between the first and third movie. Just a little over a decade. And there's a massive gap between that. Now, I should also say before fully moving on, one last anecdote about Army is that on the set of Army, Sam Raimi got a little visitor from a guy next door. You know what I'm referring to? So there's a little other production going on at the same time His Army of Darkness in the same studio lot. A little known movie called Friday the 13th 9, The Last Friday. Jason Goes
Yes.
to Hell.
Yes.
So the director of Jason Goes to Hell sneaks his Sly Cooper ass over to the set of Army of Darkness, and he just snatches. Okay, he didn't snatch up the Necronomicon and the Kandarian dagger. He asked Sam Raimi to borrow it for a day, and it completely changes the simple fact that this guy was able for a day to take the Kandarian dagger and Necronomicon completely changes the course and the entire lore of the Friday the 13th series.
Yeah.
The implications of that. So in the the Voorhees household, which by the way is a huge ass house. I don't know how Pamela was able to afford that as a cook at a summer camp, but they go into the house and you see. I mean, it's not like an Easter egg in the background. It's integral to the plot that the Necronomicon and the Kandarian dagger are there, implying by association that Jason is a Deadeye resurrected by Pamela Voorhees. So that's what I'm saying. Like everything goes back to Evil Dead. Everything ties back. Everything's connected. The fact that those two items are there just for a scene changes the entirety of a franchise. It's incredible. Um, but I point that out because it's just a humorous little anecdote. But it also goes to show you how big Evil Dead really is. That a bigger franchise, which came out a year before,
It's like, please.
which has way more entries. They're on their 9th film. This is the 3rd movie. And they're sneaking over there begging Sam Raimi, can we take the Necronomicon, please? So we can save our dying franchise. Please don't let this be the final Friday. Please. We already had a final chapter. Don't let this be the final Friday. Jason Goes to Hell. Like the series did after that.
Still think we should have Pinhead in Freddy versus Jason.
Oh, the cut scene where they're in the lake
The
and
cutscene. The cut scene, not cutscene.
it's not a video game.
No.
Even though that'd been a kick-ass video game.
I don't want them to keep doing the Dead by Daylight stuff. I want an actual, like,
They're making a movie.
Outlast style, like,
Oh,
Texas Chainsaw movie, Friday the 13th style movie, or video game, Evil Dead video game,
I mean, we got
like
one.
Outlast.
In the same vein as Outlast, or like Resident Evil 7 Biohazard,
Yeah.
which is funny because Resident Evil 7 is directly inspired by Evil Dead and Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I mean, there's in the very beginning of the game, you can pick up a piece of paper from the Sewer Gators, who are the investigative group at the beginning of the game, where you play first person like it's a found footage movie. When Clancy gets killed, the cameraman, spoilers I guess for Resident Evil 7, I guess. When you go back and you can find in their abandoned van outside the estate, outside the plantation, you can see there's a piece of paper in their van that says "Join us."
That's pretty good.
It's there, and the whole thing, which the girlfriend that you're after is called Mia in Resident Evil 7, just like Mia from the remake, and she also gets possessed. And there's also your hand gets cut off, and there's chainsaws. And, yeah, the family scene where they're all sitting around the table. But I mean,
Texas Chainsaw.
you got your Texas Chainsaw, but it's very Evil Dead heavy. Interestingly enough. But again, shows you the influence that this little independent movie back in 1981 had this whole cultural impact on films. That even the big wigs, the big productions,
Boys.
yeah,
The big boys.
they all look down and are like, please,
Please.
let me have the Necronomicon in my movie, please.
For one day. 40 minutes, tops.
Oh my god.
Starting now.
I hope Sam Raimi had like a stopwatch. It's like, okay, go. We need this. We're shooting today. It's an active movie production. We're filming a scene. Hurry up.
Right.
I just think that's funny. But after that happens, I think the only Evil Dead stuff really that came out is the comic books. Like you had speaking of Freddy versus Jason, you had the Freddy versus Jason versus Ash comic books, which are really good. But Ash Williams becomes this mythic character in horror fiction moving forward. And it's amazing that there's even a gap that's as long as it was. But you do have a 20-year gap, and finally we get to.
He had to make the Spider-Man movies. He
He
had
was
to.
what was he, the doorman? Well, in the first excuse me, Peter Parker. Sorry,
First Sam
the
Raimi Spider
the
film.
first Sam Raimi, Tobey Maguire Spider-Man film. Yes, Bruce is in the first one as the announcer for the wrestling match, and then the second one he's a doorman. Oh, I don't know who he plays in the third.
The waiter.
The waiter. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. So he's in all of them, in the Deltas, and all of them.
Unpopular opinion, maybe, but I'm kind of glad there was such a big gap because without that gap, probably wouldn't have gotten Spider-Man movies.
No, and they had to happen, but you still get your homages paid to Evil Dead within even the Spider-Man movies. Outside of having the Delta, outside of Sam Raimi directing, outside of Bruce Campbell making cameo appearances, um, the scene in 2 with Doc Ock is ripped. I mean, the way it's shot is ripped straight out of the Evil Dead playbook.
Yeah.
It's even get the saw, the chainsaw, and the quick cuts and zoom ins. It's a horror scene,
Right.
and it's straight out of Evil Dead. But that's really the only representation he gets. The comic books, and there's a few games like the Legend of the Boomstick video game for the PS2. Like you got some Evil Dead content, but for the most part, for 20 years the well ran dry. Because I guess Sam Raimi just at that point had exhausted all he wanted to do. But just like with Wes Craven, like one more,
One more.
one more.
One more.
Just like with Scream 4, he's like just one more.
One more.
So you got Ash vs. the Evil Dead. It came out in 2013, and it's 2013. It may have been 2014. It's in that time frame, but that show, the whole thing, we're gonna like really kind of dive into the specific points. We're not gonna talk episode by episode, but we'll talk like seasons. Talk the seasons.
If we recorded it when I wanted to, we would have been able to talk about the TV show more in depth, but we gotta work with the hands given to us.
Yeah, it was the dead man's hand, and we had to play that. Um, but yeah, it was the show is really Sam Raimi being like, isn't
Look what I did.
look what I did? Isn't it awesome? Isn't the Evil Dead great?
Like, to get the same energy, is just watch promos for Evil Dead 2.
Yeah.
He's so young, but every time he just got the shit. Like, I know, like, I love the guy, and this isn't an insult towards him, but he's always got a shit eating grin on his face with, like, the big ass Evil Dead 2 poster with the skull behind him, and he's like, "You see that? I did that."
Yeah, it's just like it's funny, but Ash is more than Bruce's personification of his own ego. It's really Sam
Yeah,
projecting his ego.
I did that shit.
I mean, would you have an ego if you made Evil Dead?
Fuck yeah. Are you kidding? Are you kidding?
I
would
am
be.
horror.
I am. I am.
You all pay your tribute to me.
Yes.
Line up and bow. Uh, yeah, the whole show has this kind of flavor of. It's not. We're being kind of cynical about it. It's not like it's this ego trip for Sam. It's a love letter of just like, isn't this stuff just cool? He's almost fanning out over his own shit. Where he's like, isn't this cool though?
Yeah.
And it's both to his benefit and his detriment because I think they harp too long on certain. I think they go to the cabin too many times. I think it repeats a lot of the same beats that the other movies do over and over again, and like there comes a point where it's like do something new, and the show does. Don't get me wrong. There's plenty of places where that's, trust me, very new for the franchise to tackle. Um, but for the most part, I think it treads ground that is far too familiar. And it's too repetitive. It probably would have been better if the show was shorter. But I wouldn't be saying that if the writing in season 3 was just better.
Yeah. So first and second season are great, but the second it's so stupid because it's the first half of season 3. The writing is bad, but then it really picks up at the second half of the season. That makes you like at the beginning of the season, you're like, I could see why it ended at season 3,
They
but
really
then
had us in the second half.
yeah,
The
they
first
really
half.
yeah.
They really had us.
Yeah, but then at the second half of the season, you're like, there should have been a season 4.
Oh, they fully intended for there to be a season 4, and it ends on that cliffhanger that we'll talk more about. But they fully intended for the show to keep going, but it just didn't have the numbers. The viewership was very low that third season. I don't think the viewership was ever particularly high. Um, but let's start with season 1, episode 1. We're just gonna hit the basics. It's years later. I think they said
30
30 years later.
from
Um,
the events of Army of Darkness.
even though it had not been that long in reality, but it was even longer for the character in the show because the reason it's been 30 years is like we're talking about before, all the events take place from 1 and 3 essentially
The same day.
for everyone else in the world all happened on the same day. Not for Bruce, but for everyone else it happened on the same day in 1981. So if you go off that metric, then yeah, the show takes place over 30 years later. So I think that's cool. Um, and there's a lot of jokes in that first episode, in particular the first season. That's just kind of ragging on what we know of Ash, where we've seen. Well, like, we don't have a lot of details about him to begin with. We know he works at S-Mart. We know like
It
things.
really reminds you how much you don't know about him.
Yeah, like right off the
We
bat,
had
you're like, oh, this is this guy existing in this natural habitat in like dive bars, and like you see him. It never feels like he's
Elk
out of
Grove.
character. Elk Grove, Michigan.
Yeah. With 3 movies, you would think you would have more information, but you don't
Mm-mm.
until you start watching the TV show where his character is actually fleshed out.
He's a real character,
Yeah.
and not just an archetype spouting one-liners
Yeah.
like me. Um, but yeah, you don't like you were saying. You don't realize how little you really knew about the guy until you start watching it. But yeah, the first season is it's not as good as the second, but it definitely is a good entry point back into the world of the Evil Dead, while also expanding upon it in a lot of different ways. And season 2, I think, expands probably the best
Yes.
upon the lore and just also Ash as a character, where he's come from, Elk Grove, Michigan, in particular, being like every as you're saying, like you get Camp Crystal Lake, you get Elm Street, you got these places that are very identifiable from other horror movies, but Evil Dead had the cabin,
Yeah.
and to me, it just wasn't good enough as a location. It's memorable, it's great, but like there's what?
I wouldn't say that it was up there, but it added reinforcement why it was up there. I think is the best way to put it.
Okay,
Because the cabin itself, I really yes, it represents Evil Dead, but I think more so Ash Williams as a character is being put up there as Jason Voorhees, Friday, uh, Freddy, and then you have Leatherface and stuff. I really think that once when we got the TV show, it actually fleshed him out. It is like, oh yeah, this is why he's up there.
why so great?
Yeah,
Yeah, so they go back to the cabin too many times, but like, you kind of have to in the first season of a
Yeah.
show called The Evil Dead. After that, I really don't think
back.
narratively there's really no excuse.
Especially how they do the arc for the cabin in season 1, it really seemed fulfilled.
It felt done, and so
Yeah.
when they go back, it's like I don't know. It just felt like it was just over with, and retreading it was just unnecessary. That's why I keep saying that the show feels like. But isn't it cool though?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's cool. That's why we have the movies. But this show is not just about the cabin. It's about Elk Grove. It's about the world. It's about the character, and and I love the lore stuff.
I think the biggest takeaway from the show is how the people of Elk Grove saw the events that happened in the cabin.
Ashy slashy, heaven and hell. Cuts out your tongue so you can't tell. Of course, the outside world is going to perceive Ash as a lunatic, but they don't have enough substantial evidence to incriminate him on anything.
Right.
Um, so it's very interesting to flesh out that particular side of the story because Yeah, you're right. Like, how would people perceive that? You don't think about it.
I never considered it until I started watching the TV show. And at first I was like, what do you mean? What do you mean he's a killer? We saw what happened, and then eventually you're like, oh, wait, they didn't see what happened.
Right. The fact that Linda has a sister.
Yeah.
The fact that, hell, Ash has a dad,
Yeah.
which is he was awesome.
Yes.
And taken away way too soon. At the peak of me enjoying his character,
Oh, yeah.
especially after the bull riding scene. I'm like, you know what? He's growing on me. I really like this guy. Yeah, yeah. Don't get attached to characters in this show.
No,
It-
do
it-
not.
None of them matter except three. There's only three characters that matter. That's Kelly, Pablo, and El Jefe himself,
Mhm.
Ash. Those are the only three, and they all die too. Literally everyone dies
Yeah.
at least once. It's a prerequisite to be in the show. You have to die.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about it before we like dive deep into the story itself as we progress through the seasons. The characters of Kelly and Pablo.
Dude, how many times that Kelly got possessed? How many times Pablo got possessed? It's just like it's the same stuff with how would the events go out if Ash died? You know?
Right.
Once when you watch the show, you know why these characters are important. They're not just sidekicks to Ash. It's also going back on the detail about Evil Dead 2 that starts becoming a recurring thing is that it was yeah, Ash is confident enough to do the things that he needs to do. I'm gonna shoot it with my boomstick. Things are gonna be fine. I'm a lone wolf. Literally says it in the show. But he always has to go find people to help him. Regardless.
Like Batman
Yeah.
with the extended Bat family. As much as he wants to be a loner, for some reason he keeps just growing this family of his to be even bigger because I mean, we know Ash had a pretty rough childhood. I don't think we know anything about his mother, but we know his dad being a drunkard and being quite absent. Also blaming his own son for the death of his daughter.
Yeah.
You know, he blames him for the death of Cheryl,
Yeah.
um, which is tragic in its own right that even his father isn't on his side. I mean, who would be?
Yeah. Because nobody saw what happened. They just know that these kids went to the cabin with Ash.
And Ash is the only one that left.
Yeah.
I mean,
It seems cut and dry.
you went in and you went out with far less people,
Yeah.
and you're the only one standing. I went back in time. I fought demons with King Arthur. Like, I know I was saying that they're out there in the woods doing weed, but this is ridiculous. I think they were tripping on something else.
Yeah.
Uh,
What's the 80s?
yeah, you won't understand if you weren't there.
What
What, you also didn't fight King Arthur?
are you, stupid? You lame? You
You
nerd?
fucking loser. You haven't time traveled? God, it's kind of the energy that Ash eventually adopts. You know, he's like,
A frat boy.
he's well, and I think that's why Elk Grove is so cool because it's like a personification of Ash himself.
Yeah.
It's this frat boy town where everyone's out drinking at bars 24/7, riding electric
Dude,
bulls,
what was that drug that they were just casually ketamine?
ketamine,
They were just casually doing ketamine.
with Chet, played by Ted Raimi,
Yes.
otherwise known as Henrietta. Yeah, he Chet was another great side character taken way too soon.
Ugh.
But every time they introduce like a great character, they're just gone.
Dude, I love the fact where he's like, "Wait a minute, we're not going to a titty bar." And he's like, Ash is like, "Yes, we're not going to a titty bar. We're trying to fight demons." And he's like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa! I'm gonna drive. Get in the car. Let's go."
Why didn't you start with that? Why didn't you lead with that?
Yeah.
Because Ash was trying to be all secret about because he's like, Chet's not going to believe me, but Chet's so high on ketamine,
He's like, "Sure."
he'll believe anything.
Yeah.
He's already battling his own demons.
Yeah.
What are these?
What's a little more?
Yeah, I'll fight your demons while I'm fighting my own.
Yeah.
Here's some
You're
more
my
ketamine.
best friend. I'll do anything, man.
That's a bit heartbreaking that Chet sees Ash as his best friend, but I don't think Ash reciprocates the gesture. Not quite. They were buddies before the events of Evil Dead, but I think so much has happened in between.
Yeah.
Ash is on
It's
a
like a lot
different
with
plane.
his like older friends, like even with like his newer quote unquote newer friends. the militia guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's like he never is really close with anybody until he. I think the only person he was really close with was Pablo,
Right.
and at the time he couldn't recognize that because he was already so far up his own ass. Because he's like, yeah, bitch, I lived through all of that, until he gets the wake up call. Think I think around like mid season 2 is when he's like, "Oh my god, Pablo is my best friend."
He
But
didn't want
like
to
he
admit it.
doesn't verbally like say it, but it's like this acknowledgement in the character. There's a shift of how he talks to Pablo.
Hmm. And events in the show reinforce that, like the journey they go on. Like I think they were already best friends, but he doesn't, like you said, he doesn't realize it until certain events play out. He's like, I really care about this guy.
Yeah,
I really like this guy. There's great side characters like El Brujo, and there's so many.
Brutal is such a good character.
He shows
I
up like what, twice,
3 times
3 times?
each season, I think, or yeah, each season. Um, the scene that's probably still my favorite scene of the whole series is where he's like, "Go to your happy place," and he's like, "Jacksonville, Florida."
That is no one's happy place.
Maybe for some people, that's where Leonard Skinner's from. Mister wearing the same Freebird shirt.
Okay, you got
But
it. All right.
yeah,
Yeah,
Jacksonville.
Jacksonville then's a bit different than now.
Yeah, I don't know how Jacksonville was in '81.
Probably just like Panama City, Redneck Riviera.
But yeah, his happy place is Jacksonville because it's like, yes, this is a joke, but it's also providing lore because that's where he was planning on taking Linda when they
Hmm.
got done at the cabin.
Could also be him. It probably wasn't his happy place before, but because that's where Linda wanted to go, he was going to take her there.
Right,
Then that's why it became his happy place, because it's this unachievable dream that he can't share with her.
right.
He can't bring her there, but he can still go there in her honor and get completely fucked up with an entire keg of beer.
A bunch of kids that are like 30 years younger than him. And he had was it a three-way with the mom and the daughter.
Yes.
Man, Ash was living his best life, the best he could. And he's not even pissed that people are dying when the Deadites come back. He's pissed that we had a deal.
The fact that the show opens on him just fucking some lady in the bathroom of a bar.
Who just get,
It's Space Drunken is played by
yeah.
Deep Purple. The show starts with Ash fucking a chick in a bathroom to Deep Purple's Space Trucking. That's crazy, right? That's how the show
I was
starts.
like,
And it feels so natural.
yes, my what I was telling him, my first how I was approaching the TV show was like, I know it's going to be good because it's Evil Dead, but I'm not going to go into it expecting the same level of the practical effects and why we love the first 3 movies. But you can't start with space trucking and have me not be like, well, damn, now I have to see the whole series to see if it holds up to
What
the candle that the first episode is. Space trunking, he's banging a chick, and then she goes all deadite, and then he's like, wait a minute. I have to go now. And she's like, are you sure? And he's like, yeah, you're right. I'm going to finish, and then I'm going to go.
okay. Now we were saying that none of the movies were Ash's fault. The show 100% is Ash's fault
Yes.
because he's so fucked up. He starts reading incantations from the passages of the Necronomicon and brings back the Deadites
Yeah,
because he got high with some chick and wanted to impress her. Wouldn't you?
probably.
Wouldn't you read from the Necronomicon? Like, check this shit out.
Yeah, you want to hear some poetry, girl?
That's what he said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Despite the fact that he can't read Sumerian,
Yeah.
like he can't remember when he's sober, but all of a sudden when he's high, all of a sudden he can read it like it's no problem at all. Go figure.
They, no, at least, maybe for the show, it's showing a new level of character to him. That it's like he's always been this drug guy. He's always been this drunker. you know. But it's so weird comparing it to the first Evil Dead. He's drastically different,
It's
but it
not the same guy at all.
also feels very organic. How he's portrayed as this not junkie but party guy, which is a really fair fine line.
Like as different as he is between that first movie and the rest of the series, I think the show really shows you. It's not spelled out for you, but I think you can tell through the characterization that he's only a party animal. He's only doing all this stuff because he's afraid, he's broken, and he's got like severe PTSD.
Yeah,
And he's like his whole life he's been trying to get away from this life he's lived, like this past of his that he has, and he for 30 years he's been able to escape it, and because of his own damn fault he found it again. But I really think that whole persona he puts on, this is a character that he plays just so he doesn't have to face up with the reality of he's just some fucking random guy.
it's his coping mechanism.
Yeah, he's just and he says this. It's my favorite line in the whole show, but we're gonna be backtracking here. I know it's sporadic and
Gonna
all
be
over the
back and forth,
place
back and forth.
because there's a lot to talk about. There's so many
Yeah.
points, and I want to hit them before I forget what to say. But we're not a scripted show, so
That
toward
pause means nothing.
maybe some bits, but that toward the end, actually the last episode, when Ball comes back and there's a dead-eyed invasion. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm talking about. When Ball comes back and there's a dead-eyed invasion and the whole world's ending, yada yada. He sits down with his daughter, who gets introduced that season out of nowhere because of some time uh, shenanigan fuckery that happens.
Yeah.
Uh, he has a daughter now, and
Oh,
it's
I think it's important to note that be, uh, we had the theory that why he has the kid is because of the events of Evil Dead, he didn't have that chance to have a wife and kid eventually, but because he stopped the because he didn't have to deal with Evil Dead and all the Deadites, he was able to have that life that he missed out on because he got trapped.
you kind of have to fill in those gaps yourself because the show doesn't tell you that.
No,
But as fans, it's like we have to make sense of what you're showing us.
especially if it's that bad.
Oh yeah, see, the first half of season 3 is pretty rough to get through, but it's worth it for the second half.
Yes.
But real quick,
Yeah.
the scene that I'm referring to, I'm like, this is my favorite line and a great example of who Ash really is underneath that whole facade is when he starts saying, "Who the hell am I? Like, why me? Like,
Yes.
I'm a nobody." And it's this very human, this humble moment.
Where when he says, why do I have to fight all these things?" That's Ash.
Oh yeah,
But then when he says, "Why do I have to be covered in blood and shit all the time?"
that's Bruce.
That's Bruce.
That's Bruce. That was. I would love to see if that was in the script or not. And
Mhm.
Bruce was just ad libbing there, trying to vent his frustration to Sam. He's like, for fucking 40+ years, man, you've been having me.
Do all this bullshit for you, like, because it's also kind of in the way of his enunciation too. Because it's like the first time it's like passion acting, but then you could really tell how somebody feels when they're actually themselves being passionate.
Mhm.
And there's a distinct difference between the first line and the second line.
Oh, it was far more personal
Mm-hmm.
that second time. That was coming from the heart. He wasn't acting.
No.
That's one of my favorite lines. I think that it just encapsulates who he is as a person. But he covers it up with all the alcohol and drugs, booze and women and all that stuff. But that in that moment, that's my Ash right there. That guy, he's mine.
um,
Um,
I think the biggest gripe that I have with the show is that it just revolves around Rose. At the end of the day, it really does. It's Ash's girlfriend's sister.
uh-huh.
Um, and she is the main villain in the first season, and then because she isn't strong enough to
Ruby.
Ruby, it's not Rose.
Yeah, I was like, who are you talking about?
Rose.
So
No.
yeah, Ruby is one of the dark ones,
Yeah.
and she helped pin the Necronomicon. And I definitely want to see more elaboration on the Dark Ones
Yeah.
and what their time on the Earth looked like. It's super interesting. That whole thing is really cool. And it should be noted, Ruby's played by Lucy Lawless, and her and Bruce Campbell have worked on a project together before, Xena Warrior Princess. They have actually worked together on a project before. So this isn't their first time together on screen. But Ruby, I was, I know I say that I don't ship characters, but I don't know, man. I was kind of shipping Ash and Ruby because I think it'd be ironic
Yeah.
from like a storytelling narrative perspective, having Ash fall in love with the very thing that has caused all his problems.
Right.
I think that's a cool little route to go down.
I was shipping Pablo and Shelly so hard since
Kelly,
Kelly. Shelly Kelly.
there's already a Shelly.
Yeah.
First one.
Kelly and Pablo from the very first episode. Just like once when she was introduced, I was
Oh,
like, "That's
perfect chemistry.
Pablo's." Yeah.
Perfect chemistry. And Pablo's the perfect underdog. We haven't really talked too much about them. Side note about Kelly. Kelly never had any curse words, like any swears in her dialogue when you look at the script. But Bruce Campbell told her to start cursing more. He's like, throw an F bomb here, throw a shit here, a damn there. And then that's how Kelly grew to be one of the most profane and vulgar characters in the show because Bruce told her to be. Her character was not originally written that way, but it just perfectly came across that way.
Her character goes through a lot very quickly. And as sad as it is, her dad's kill is like my favorite kill of like all of horror.
What? I don't think
The
we talked.
style.
I don't think we talked. Oh, I
The
see what you mean.
style.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, the style. Because, I mean, you've seen that shit all the time. But that style of kill is just a simple have the fork straighten up and just bam, slammed your head into it. I
I
really think that's my favorite because it's so simple and you could see, anybody who knows anything about it, how that's done. And the fact that they go above and beyond with it makes it a little bit specialer. But I really think that just simple kill is my favorite just out of all of cinema. Yeah, you can cut people up with chainsaws and and shoot them to death or blow them up, but the simple just a fork
how
could do.
because it's so easy.
Yeah,
Like, in real life, you could just do that. It reminds me of the Joker kill from The Dark Knight.
the
He does the.
knife.
It wasn't a knife. It was a pencil.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
yeah.
He's like, you want to see this pencil disappear? It just smashes his hand to it. He's like, oh, it's gone. I love that. I thought you were saying that was your favorite instance of that particular kill.
No,
You just like that style of
yeah,
kill. Yeah. Um. Yeah. Dude, the amount of family members who die, the amount of tragedy and horror that's actually happening on screen is pretty brutal. There's people lose people left and right, like it's nothing. And you understand why someone like El Jefe. It's weird. I have to call him El Jefe when talking about the show. It feels right.
yeah. It's like
I have to
almost bleeds over.
to
Like,
others.
yeah,
Yeah.
when we were initially talking about the show, we would still call Ash El Jefe during the events of Evil 1 and 2 and Medieval.
Yeah, it feels so right.
Yeah,
So it's also just sounds badass too. And so earned.
El Jefe.
So El Jefe, uh, you understand why he's so distant from everybody because of how quickly and so you know viciously someone can be ripped from you. And it happens time and time again. Like, don't get attached to characters. Like Amanda, when you called
I
me, you were
did.
on episode 8 of the first season. You were talking about watching the show, and I was like, "Oh my god, that's so cool! Where are you at? Episode 8." Oh, and we started talking a little bit more, and you're like, "Yeah, I really love the character of Amanda."
Because at first I liked her, then I didn't like her, and then when her higher up got killed, the energy of like, well, fuck it, I guess if you're trying to stop the evil that made me kill my partner, then shit, I guess I'll go with you. Like she had nothing left to go to because she was already probably going to get fired from the police force. But then she's just like, fuck it.
This guy's cool.
Yeah.
It starts to grow on her, and you like the relationship they start growing together. But like most characters, it turns out she's actually disposable and not important whatsoever. I'm sorry. And as we're on the phone and you're talking about her, I'm like, I really want to say something, but I can't. Oh, you love this character. What episode are you on? 8. Give it 2 more. Give it 2 more and come back to me, and we'll talk about it then. Um,
A lot of spoilers, FYI.
I mean, I think that comes with the territory with our show. At this point, we spoil all of reality. Nothing goes unspoiled in the Sin Den, especially milk and booze. Let's see. Oh, let me sit down. My legs are hurting. They're cramping. The arthritis is kicking in.
Can't be no drummer.
Hey, I don't have carpal tunnel. My knees just are shaky.
Mm.
Standing for a while. Who put this tree here? Damn tree. Yeah, we're recording outside. I don't know if you could tell. If you could hear the planes going overhead.
Mostly the air. From
Yeah.
the neighbors.
I think the crickets add a really good ambiance. I don't know if the audio is picking that up, but it's
definitely picking up your twig.
oh yeah. I'm playing with the twigs from the tree I'm sitting next to.
There was a really big loud crack earlier.
Oh, I know.
Some inside baseball right here, but that's
There you
we're
go.
gonna have to leave it in.
There's a little behind the scenes. I was in the yeah, I can't cut it out. I was in the middle of a sentence,
Right.
and I saw your face. You're like, oh shit.
Yeah.
You saw me, dude. The second I did, I threw it out of my hand. Cause I mean, if I keep fiddling with it, I'm gonna keep making noise. I don't trust myself with it. Um, any other points you want to talk about with Ash versus the Evil Dead?
Ruby. She's the main villain in the first season. Then because she couldn't keep the demons under control, she works with Ruby, or Ruby works with Ash to stop Ball, that eventually becomes the main villain of that season. And then 3, it's Ruby again.
It's such a cheap out because the sacrifice Ruby does at the end of 2 feels, and yeah, they're at the cabin again, whatever. They're back in the 80s, and I love how they make this whole big point about it's the 80s again. And yeah, it feels like the 80s. Yeah, it feels like, but the whole show kind of feels
like the 80s.
so. Even when they go back in time, it doesn't really feel like that much has changed. But Ruby sacrifices herself, and it feels so deserved. And like, what an awesome character! I love where she started and where she ended, and for them to just tap out and be like, we can't come up with a better villain than Ruby. We want this character to come back. And like they keep killing people off, but they realize how good of a character they are and that the show is built on these characters, so they keep bringing them back. Like El Brujo, or what's another character they kept bringing? I mean, Ruby, I guess, is the most prime example of a character they killed, realized their mistake, and then through some time fuckery, bring her back in season 3. But it should have just been Ball.
Well, I think in a way, Ash's dad.
Him too.
Yeah, he comes back as a ghost, and then comes back as a deadite, or as deadite first, and then a ghost.
I like how they kind of explain the whole Raymond Nobi showing up in 2, how he breaks back into reality and communicates with them, because that plot point's never touched on again until the show. And then in the show, they go more about talking about the afterlife, what like explaining the world it exists in, and I like that kind of stuff. So that was a cool, I guess, callback you could say, when that shows up again.
I really like the fight scene with Ball and Bruce, or Ash, when he's like, okay, if I win, everything is okay. If you win, you can go on with all your pride. And he's like, but the thing is, we have to do it on my terms, of physical, man-to-man fisticuffs. You can't use any of your powers.
And what does the man do? And what does the man do? He uses his powers because his ass was getting whooped.
Yes.
This demon who's possibly hundreds of thousands of years old.
He can't stop a middle-aged man.
You can't keep a good thing down.
A good man
A
down.
good man down, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. At this point, I think Bruce has transcended humanity, especially if you could take on a fucking demon like Baal,
Yeah.
who
Hand to hand.
who in medieval Christian dogma and theology is considered one of the seven princes of hell. So this is a pretty big guy. And he just whoops his ass, beer belly and all. He beats the shit out of him. It's great. Um, yeah, Ball should definitely have been the main villain for 3, or at least they should have come up with a better one.
He was the main villain for season 2, though.
Yeah, but I mean, just to rely back on Ruby again for a villain just seemed cheap.
And,
Seemed like they could have done something better with that.
did you like the kaiju at the end?
It was my. Okay, so
That's a big spoiler.
so all the promos I saw of the show prior to actually watching it, I remember seeing the finale promo on Stars, and this is right before the porn started playing. So right before that happened, they would play the promos for the episode, and they show in the episode they show the giant skeletal ball kaiju monster, and at the time I'm like, that's cool, but I never went on my way to watch it. Did I stay up to watch the porn? Perhaps. Did I go out of my way to watch this kick-ass show that I should have watched? We'll get there. I had a little bit of maturing to do myself in realizing how cool Evil Dead really was.
My dad actually told me to check out the TV show years ago. Like, he started watching it about 4 years after it had already done its season 1 to 3. And he would always tell me about it. Like, you like horror? Why don't you watch Evil Dead, the TV show? And I knew I was interested because by that time I'd already seen Evil Dead 2 and Medieval Dead. But I never did until we're doing Evil Dead next week. And I proceed to just, because I was like, yeah, it's 3 seasons. I'm going to give myself about 2-3 days before. And then we were planning on watching all the movies and then go to the theater, but the movie wasn't coming out the day that we thought it was. But I found out that I really enjoyed it, so I knocked it out in like we said, like a day's time.
The amount of time that Ash spent in the first, second, and third Evil Dead movie,
Yes.
essentially, is how long it took to watch the show.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, so I saw the promo and I saw the giant kaiju monster. So my first exposure to the show was the end of the show. A bit backwards by most estimates, but
Were you into kaijus?
I've always
Then-
I was into kaijus before I came squealing out the womb. Buddy, I was bathed in the blood of Godzilla before I was even born.
Yeah, radiation blood.
Oh, buddy, look, when October rolls around, are you trying to say something?
No.
What, it's because the wart I have.
No.
Don't make me self conscious about my wart.
We're still recording. Stay focused.
All right, let me pull my pants back up. So,
So
when
bad out of context.
so when October rolls around, we'll talk more about kaiju's. One of them, the king of which, in particular. But no, that whole thing was great, and there's a few shoddy effects here and there. I think even shoddier than the first Evil Dead that happens throughout the show. Like I think the doll in the first episode isn't great. Like when it's the CGI is not great. Anything that's
No.
not CGI is awesome, and there's some crazy wild shit. Like the
Yes.
morgue scene is one of the wildest things I've ever seen put to film. That is
We're not gonna talk about what happens in the more. I want
No,
that
let-
to be
yeah.
like a blind entrance. Holy shit, that shit was literally great.
like yeah, of all the stuff we spoiled,
That's
we're not talking about the morgue scene. Just
No.
know it's some of the craziest shit I've ever seen.
So I don't know how they did most of it.
It's wild, and it's all practical,
Yeah.
all practical. But the CGI stuff doesn't look too good. But I will say that the ball kaiju scene at the very end, you can tell, of course, as a finale episode, they're gonna put a lot of budget into that,
Right.
and they did. and it looks great. But we were referencing this earlier, but the show should have had a fourth season, and the real reason why is it ends on a major cliffhanger. So the world fucking ends, right? It's the apocalypse. Earth is done. Humanity is done. But you know who isn't done? The king. And the king awakens from his slumber. And I know you love this because it's super sci-fi.
Mad Max.
It's literally Mad Max, and there's this robot chick who's there with them, and she wakes him up and is like, "We got to go." And she reminded me of the chick from Planet Terror, just without the machine gun leg.
Right.
And they get in this car straight out of Mad Max or Bulletproof, and it's got "Hail to the King" on the written on the front. And then he starts playing fucking Space Trucking again. Full circle. It ends the way it begins. It's
Yeah.
fucking awesome, dude. That's like all the talking we do, trying to really delve deep in these shows, get all philosophical about it. Essentially, it boils down to this is just fucking cool.
This is great.
This is just
This is
awesome.
fun.
It's fun. It's awesome. That's really all you can say. Except,
And we have to end the good train for a little bit now.
yeah, we got a bit of a lull, just like with the Leprechaun episode. There's a rough patch. Let's get through it. Rip this Band-Aid off right now.
Because we have drastically different opinions
Do we? I agree.
about how critics think how good this movie
Oh,
is.
okay.
Spoiler. I think the movie is boring. 2013 Evil Dead is boring.
Okay. So I do disagree with that. I agree on a lot of major points that you're gonna lay out for us. I don't think it's boring, except in its portrayal of violence. I like the whole setup because it's essentially it's a remake of
It's a remake of one.
It's a remake of one, but it's not.
Yeah.
It hits all the same beats, and this is where style comes over substance. Because there's not a lot of substance in that first Evil Dead movie. It's almost all style. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
It's style.
Yeah.
It's one of those rare instances where style is better than the substance. No, the style is great. And that's because Sam Raimi is at the helm, but this is the first Evil Dead project that Sam Raimi is not in charge of.
Oh.
He let someone else take the reins. Now, he and Bruce helped produce the film and guided it along, but this is the first time where someone else is taking control of the series. And they play it safe. And they hit all the same major plot points that the first movie hits, but without any of the style that Sam had. All the interesting camera angles he does, all the inventive stuff that he brings to the table, they just don't do.
Guys, okay, so I'm watching The Little Bird.
So, full disclosure, The Little Mermaid is bestiality. Am I wrong?
No.
And if they did in fact have children, since they're born on the land, that means they would be born with feet. Which means if they got in the water, would they then grow a tail? Or because they were born on the land, would that mean they would just be human?
These are not the questions we need to be answering.
The implications.
Implications.
Right. Oh, shit, what are we talking about? Oh, Evil Dead. Oh, the one that no one likes. Who cares about?
Yeah.
At least we don't. And that's all that matters. So let's explain why. Go into your reasons why, other than it's just boring. Let me stop you there.
I don't have to be here.
So,
I don't have to be here.
I will agree with you that I think I was saying this before we got interrupted with the Little Mermaid. So I think the violence is boring.
Yes.
As far as like the beat for beat, it's just a recreation without the same style that Sam has.
The swagger.
Yes, the best way to put it. You know what? You just summed it up. There you go. The swagger. That's really it that Sam has. But
Big dick on campus.
I guess so. But when you boil it down, it's almost like the cabin in the woods thing, where they're just redneck torture zombies. You describe them as ghosts, but they're not deadites. They're not even deadites. They're straight up torture porn zombies. That's what they are. They don't fly. They don't have time or reality warping manipulation powers. That's not my Evil Dead. Those aren't my deadites.
Mm-mm.
Go ahead.
You had overhyped it for me in terms of the gore factor on it, because you were telling me how the critics say it's the goriest, this
That's
and
what the
that.
critics say.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm going into it thinking that it's gonna be this a gorehound's great afternoon, but no, it's like Texas Chainsaw Massacre New Generation had better gore.
And that was not a very gory movie.
No,
Okay. I think I disagree with you. I think it's a gorehound's dream, but it's not the fullest realization. Like especially with the scene where she's doing pretty much the Joker grin, but she's supposed to be carving her face off,
yeah,
and they just don't commit to the full potential of the scene. The only times where I really feel the damage, the pain that's being inflicted on screen is the nail gun scene and the scene with the crowbar coming down on his hand.
yes, yes.
Poor
When
Eric,
he's
man. I've never seen a character like anyone else, like Eric, go through what he went through. He just wouldn't die.
yeah, he's like Scotty.
He just refused to die, man. He just kept going. I guess, was he the Scotty of the movie?
I thought so.
Because even though it's a remake, it's really not. Because like you even have Ash's Delta parked outside. There's some time implications with that. He shows up for a post-credit scene. It was like I remember we're on the phone and the credits are. I guess the credits were rolling. And you're like, hold up, wait. There's a post-credit scene. Or did you have to search it out?
I had just finished it, and I told you, yeah. I stopped at the credits, and you're like, I was like, what? We were reading about the different characters, and then I went through characters of that one, and it said Bruce Campbell at the top billing, and I was like, wait, he's in the movie? And you're like, you didn't watch the post credit scene? And I'm like, and then I hung up just to watch a
And, and, I-
3 second clip.
before I can even tell you, you hung up so fast to go see this post-credit scene. I was going to tell you, buddy, it's not even worth it. It's 3 seconds of Bruce Campbell slowly looking toward the camera and saying his signature, groovy, which is awesome. You know, it is cool. It is groovy, as they like to say. But at the same time, there's no reason for it to be there. It serves no
Took money
purpose.
out of the budget.
Just to get, well, maybe not because he was an executive producer. Do you think he probably did it for free, or do you think I need $10,000 up front
I need
right
half
now?
the budget right now.
He has that kind of sway
Yeah.
for a B movie actor to take up half the budget just by being there. That's pretty wild. His presence alone vacates so many wallets. No wonder he's not in that many movies.
Hmm.
They don't want to pay him out. They'd rather pay for Vin Diesel or Dwayne the Rock Johnson. They're not ready for Bruce. They haven't been. So the whole movie is drenched in this atmosphere of it's very serious. It's very brooding. A lot of movies at the time kind of were. They're like, let's take all the campiness of the '80s, but make it more visceral, more real feeling. And they did that with the remake of Friday the 13th in 2009. They did it with the guy who played Rorschach, who later he went on to play Freddy Krueger in the Nightmare on Elm Street remake. They kept making all these remakes uh, and making them feel more grounded. But I think in the process, you lose the spirit of what made that original so special. And yeah, you can shoehorn all you want references like the Delta. You can shoehorn a 3 second post credit scene with Bruce Campbell saying his signature catchphrase, but it doesn't make up for the lackluster, plot, the thinly veiled plot it already has, because it's already a remake. But then you take away all the best elements of what made the first one so good. So it's like you make it redundant to make a remake because there's no point in the first place. But if you're gonna do it, do something with it.
Like, I would argue Rob Zombie's remake of Halloween.
In as much as I don't, the only reason I don't like it as much is because I can compare it to the John Carpenter original.
Yeah.
And I talk about this all the time with people, but if you didn't have the John Carpenter original and you just had the Rob Zombie movie, it'd probably be a cult classic.
Yeah.
If it isn't already, but it'd be considered a cult classic in that way. But at least the Rob Zombie Halloween remake does a lot of new stuff, and then you have the sequel.
It's drastically different than any of the other sequels that any of the original
It,
series had.
and as much as I don't really like it because of just how crazy it is, and also I just don't like Rob Zombie's style of dialogue writing and the way he writes characters. It just be so fucking mean all the time. I know you like meanness in your movies, but to me they're so like backwoods hick, and they all are just like the worst people. But uh, his work never really appealed to me. But I will give him some credit. That second Halloween movie was different. And I will give it points. I really will. I'll give it some brownie points for just creativity. And it just seems that that remake is sorely lacking. I like the movie. I want to get that across. I can sit down and watch it, but it's the last one of all of these I'll go and return to.
Even the Hills Have Eyes remake.
Yeah, I love that one. There's even the sequel to the remake. Did you see the sequel to it?
No,
Where it's a bunch of soldiers in the desert?
I saw Movie Timeline talk about it.
We mention him a lot. People must think that all of our horror movie knowledge comes from watching him instead.
No, it's a combination of other people.
Well, yeah, you're right. Like with Cinemassacre.
Oh yeah.
We watch a lot of, like, I know I watch movie timelines, not really to learn anything, but to get a different opinion.
Hmm.
I want to see someone else who watched the same thing I did come out, intellectually speaking, with a better opinion than I did and explain why I'm not watching the movie right. You know?
Well, we disagreed with him on Evil Dead.
Oh yeah, his whole thing is incorrect. We're right. I'm sorry, movie timeline guy. That's what we're gonna refer to you as.
We will be seeing your Amityville movie though.
Oh hell yeah! I'll be first in line. Sign me up. I'll front row, baby. Front row. Um, I don't know, man. There's not really much to talk about since it's essentially a rehash, just missing all the charm and character of that first one. But I think uh, the whole thing with Mia is really stupid. Her being the twist heroine at the end doesn't work because first off they set up David to be the lead hero, just like almost how Scotty was like the hero lead in the first one. So it's kind of a retread there. The relationships are all a bit different. They're different. They're completely different characters. It's not like they recasted Ash. They recast it. No, they're all completely different characters. That's why I consider it a requel versus it being a full on remake. I think it still fits in the continuity. I think it could fit. Uh, but as different as the characters are, Eric, I think, is a standout, of course. I think he's your favorite. He's my favorite.
He is my favorite. The
Da-
history teacher.
Of course, being a history buff yourself, who wanted to be a history teacher at one point. Yeah, it makes sense. But David turns out he's not the Ash Williams in the movie. It's actually the girl who was possessed almost the entire runtime, the junkie from the beginning. Now she's a junkie, gets possessed, gets raped by thorns, and the whole movie's chained in the cellar. And then when she gets okay, so David buries her. There's a lot of stupid shit. So there's only
It'll
three.
take a minute.
There's only three ways to kill a deadite. You have to either, according to this movie, this is a little different than the lore established in the other movies. It is all over the place as the lore already was. So you have to dismember them. You have to burn them. Wasn't there another one? Oh, bury them. Bury
Bury
them
him
alive.
alive.
So David decides to bury Mia alive because he doesn't want to dismember her and he doesn't want to burn her. And so the demon in this is not the Kandarian demon; it's the abomination, as it's called, and it needs 5 souls It's always 5 souls. Again, like Cabin in the Woods, they need 5 souls to sacrifice. It's always 5 for whatever reason. It needs 5 souls, but David ends up burning the cabin while he buries Mia alive outside. He burns down the cabin, and so if it's purification by fire, then the abomination would not get the souls. Therefore, there's no way that the abomination would have risen from the ground once he burned the cabin down. Because does it get the souls once it's possessed? And then like it's it forever? But I thought it was purification by fire. So once the bodies are burned, the souls should be released, therefore stopping the abomination, right?
Well, I think if the abomination wasn't there to collect the souls, I think purification by fire would save a person's soul, but because there is a demon out there after the souls, once it's purified, it still can't go back to the body because he's in possession of the soul.
It's got nowhere else to go.
Yeah, that's how I interpret it.
Don't defend this movie. Don't defend the lore.
I'm sorry.
You would rather make me look stupid than make this movie look bad. The things you do to me.
I plead the fifth.
Live on the air. Well, damn, I guess I'm just wrong.
I'm exercising my constitutional rights.
Yeah, this is why certain people shouldn't vote. Anyways, so what I'm trying to say is there's a few fallacies in the movie, and according to you, there's actually no fallacies and it's perfect. So moving on from that, Mia comes back once David dies, and all of a sudden she's a super badass heroine, and I don't believe it for a second. I ain't buying it. No, sir. No, sir, I don't like it.
Yes.
There's your Ren and Stimpy reference.
Thank
No,
you.
sir, I don't like it. Any other thoughts? Any concluding arguments? Any other things you want to say to make me look stupid?
They didn't need to kill the dog.
Yeah, it makes you feel bad, though. Aren't we being edgy?
It's just never fun. Nobody wins when you kill an animal in the
Oh,
movie.
you could kill thousands of people on screen. You could the entire film could literally just be from like a person on their knees getting their throat slit, and then moving down the line, throat slit, like an industrial conveyor belt of death, and that could be the whole movie, and just people getting their throat slit, and that would be far more enjoyable than seeing someone kick a dog.
I think going off of your point that it not being deserved is the fact that she was a bitch the entire movie. Whether she was possessed or not, she was just a terrible character. And to just be like, look at me, I'm Ash now. No, you're not. No, you're not.
You think they were trying to do some kind of commentary on drugs and how drugs are demons and they possess you, and the story is about her recovering from drugs?
Yeah.
And they're trying to do something deeper with it about like some kind of commentary on drug use. I don't know, but you know us here at the Sindin, we think that's a load of a load of malarkey. Recovering, rehab.
Getting help.
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine?
Not paying for that.
Oh.
I could use that on drugs. Any other thoughts on the remake?
I'm sorry, it was just boring. Like, from the beginning to the end. But a really good point that is emphasized in the newest one is the ability to see the tension. Really, I really think how they build the tension is good, but it's not good enough to save the movie. It's like that's a sweet taste, but overall, it wasn't great. But I really think feeding into the next movie, talking about tension.
Evil Dead Rise.
Yes,
Oh yeah.
sir.
Back to form. It's all
Yes.
coming together.
Oh my god. This one. This is the one, man. This is our Scream 6, man.
So, oh yeah, we were talking about that. We had Leprechaun Returns. We have Scream 6, Evil Dead Rise. I mean, just bangers, man. It shows you. Is it really that hard to make a good sequel? Well, apparently it is if you're talking about Texas Chainsaw, but in the realms of Evil Dead, apparently, other than the remake, it's pretty damn easy.
Yeah.
Pretty damn easy. So this movie was shot in New Zealand, but it takes place in Los Angeles, and the only indicator of that, other than like a few glimpses of the skyline, because if you play GTA 5, you are quite intimately familiar with the skyline of Los Angeles. The only indicator that you're there is a bumper sticker that says the LA Lakers. There you go. You got your location.
It's funny you say that because initially, before we talked about it, I thought I missed that. So for some reason, I interpreted it as San Francisco.
It's crazy. You got the same state,
Yeah.
and with no context clues otherwise, you could have easily said New York.
Yeah.
So you picked up on something somehow. So if the end of Evil Dead 2 is one of the greatest endings to a movie ever, this is not like the greatest opening to a movie ever, like the actual scene, the way it plays out, but it opening on the title scroll where it comes up and says Evil Dead Rise. It's fucking cool.
That was an awesome shot.
That's cool. With her floating in the air with her hands outstretched, coming out of the lake, and then over the mountains, the ridge of the mountains in the background, you see Evil Dead Rise. Oh my god! Just talking about it, it's like that was so cool.
That was
Gushing.
an amazing shot. But tell them what you said to me about how you thought the drone.
Yes, that was my
Yeah,
next point. So
how you thought the drone.
thank you for reminding me about that particular point. So, when the movie opens, you have that POV of the Deadite, going through the woods, quote unquote Deadite, because that's, as an Evil Dead fan and an Evil Dead movie, you see the POV shot, you think it's a Deadite. Well, it turns out it was not. And I remember thinking as I'm watching this, I'm thinking, okay, so in the original Evil Dead, use the 2x4s to create a steady cam and just, move the camera through the woods really fast and shake it a lot. And there you go, boom, you got your POV shot. And I'm thinking, in the modern day, in the modern age, you don't need to do that anymore. We have technology. So as they're filming it, I'm thinking they're probably just using the drone to film that shot. That's probably all it is. They're probably just filming this with a drone to get that effect. And for it to be revealed to be a drone wasn't like validation, like, wow, look at you go. I was like, oh shit. Okay. I wasn't trying to be smart or clever. I'm just trying to think like how the film's being made. But in the movie, the whole POV shot was done by a drone. Um Now this is kind of, is the movie cyclical because it begins where it ends. So I will say this now. I think if I had to point out a negative, I just want to rip the band-aid off and do one negative before we get into how awesome this movie was. And it's not even a negative. It's like I have to find something. Let me scrounge it up. My only nitpick with the movie is after the opening scene, it says 1 day earlier. So when you get to the end of the movie, it feels like, okay, so what? It There's no reveal to it because we already know how the movie began. So when you get to the end, imagine if you will, a world where there's no heaven. Excuse me, Miss John. Imagine there's a world where there is no 1 day earlier.
Right.
Okay, take out the 1 day earlier, and so you're wondering the whole movie, what's the relationship of that first scene to the rest of the film? So when it's at the end and it's revealed, it's like, oh damn, oh that makes sense. I think that would have been cooler,
Yeah.
but that's all I can think of. If I have to just make something up to complain about, it's not even really a complaint. That would be it. Let's talk about the plot, which is essentially the same thing as every other Evil Dead movie. There's a book, and it's in an old bank vault underneath an apartment complex. What are those called? A rise. Yeah, a rise.
Skyrise.
A high rise. Yeah, and the characters are fine. I really like Beth a lot, but Evil Dead's not known for its characters other than like three. There's only a few handful of characters in Evil Dead that really matter. But I'll give this one credit. Beth is a much better protagonist than Mia was.
Oh, for sure.
I bet you like it because she works as a roadie for a band. I bet you fucking love that. So she's pregnant. Spoilers. She's pregnant.
It's true.
She got
It's
knocked
true
up somewhere on the
completely.
road. I don't know by whom or where. But she got knocked up, and so that's a plot point in the movie. Motherhood. It's a big theme throughout, and twisting motherhood and into something perverted and corrupt. Uh, I think that's neat. I don't think it's really saying anything like the remake might have been saying something about drug use, but there's something interesting about the family dynamic and how it's completely turned on its head. It's interesting. But so it being L.A. and being California, the state that eventually, hopefully, one day will fall into the sea, you have a bunch of earthquakes that happen, shaking the whole place up, and this crack forms. So you get some kids. So the Beth visits her sister in L.A. Because being a new mother, she wants to go to another mother for help. So she goes to her and just talking with her when the earthquake hits. So the mother she visits, her kids, there's Danny, there's Cassie, and there's Bridget. And I should say the mother's played by Elisa Sutherland, who had sworn off horror movies. It wanted nothing to do with the genre, and then fucking nails it as a character in a horror movie. I'm like, oh my god, she did phenomenal. So these three kids, and of course L.A. Not just you have earthquakes, but you have protests. You have I don't want to say liberals because that sounds derogatory. You have people on the spectrum, the political spectrum on the left. They're probably on another spectrum, but let's say the political spectrum, and she's creating like picket signs. Bridget is because she's all PC and whatnot, and she's making these stupid fucking signs that say save the earth and other stupid stuff like that.
I say save the earth.
Yeah, but you're not pretentious about it. She's just a snob the whole time. I mean, then you got Danny. I like Danny.
Danny was good.
Danny's a DJ, and has a Three Stooges poster with the "Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil" behind him. I thought it was a cool like nod to the Three Stooges slapstick that the series is known for. That's in the background. That's cool. So Danny's cool. Bridget sucks. There's Cass, who's a kid, and I'm very impartial about children. I can take him or leave him. Cass is all right.
Okay.
I don't hate Cass.
I thought she did a good job, honestly.
The actress
Yeah.
really conveyed the emotion that she needed to.
Yeah.
And that's a lot. A lot happens to this little girl. She goes through some shit. Her entire family, man. God. Except her aunt or aunt. I'm sure they say aunt in California, but we're in the South, so we say aunt.
I actually say both.
Depending on the situation, believe it or not, I say ramen noodles, but when I'm in the presence of any other living person, I will say ramen. Because I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy. So you got these three kids, they go down, and then there's this earthquake, and they're getting pizza. And it's a cool nod, it's an Easter egg. The pizza box says, Henrietta's Pizza, come get some. It's cool. I like it. So they go, Danny, being just the goof that they are, goes down into the chasm created by the earthquake, and there's this bank vault down there because the place used to be an old bank. So it's interesting that yeah, that's a story on its own. How the Necronomicon even got in this fucking bank vault, but there's
I was just letting it happen, man.
I never
I
thought
was.
about it until I'm saying it out loud. You don't realize how stupid something is until you go to say it. And you're like, wait a minute, there's a
Wait.
story there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's, and I'm sure that'll maybe get fleshed out. But we know there's three Necronomicons, and in interviews they said that this Necronomicon is the one from Army of Darkness that had the teeth that bit Ash, even though it looks nothing like it. We'll roll with it though. It's the same Necronomicon from that movie. Sure. But the one thing this movie does is it does confirm that there are three Necronomicons. This is one of them, and in 1923, way before Raymond Nobi ever found the Necronomicon in Castle Kandar to transcribe it. Apparently, these priests at the St. Patrick's Cathedral had found and were able to transcribe like a full 60 years before Raymond Nobi were able to find and transcribe this entire Necronomicon. And apparently Bruce Campbell plays one of the priests in the photo. It's like a blink and you'll miss it, and I missed it in both viewings.
I didn't see it either.
No, so they bring the I mean, it's the Necronomicon. What's gonna happen? Deadites. But the interesting thing that happens is that Danny, being the DJ, takes one of the vinyls because the priest had recorded the incantations on a piece of vinyl, and I like that. I like it being summoned through the vinyl and playing it, and her being the DJ was him playing it as a DJ, moving the disc around as a disc jockey. That's cool. I like that.
I like the like. It might not be a reference, but like during the Satanic Panic, they would say you got to play your record in reverse.
Mm-hmm. That would have been
a
cool.
Little bit of something like that.
That would have been a cool thing to do. So they
Yeah.
played it backwards, but
No.
We didn't write the movie, did we?
No. Don't ask us to write the next one. I got nothing.
I think it's pretty easy. It's a pretty like the formula. That's the thing. With a lot of horror series, like with Leprechaun or Jason, the only thing that's really changing is the location. The premise is very simple. Deadites, Necronomicon, Possession. Like there's so many hallmarks, trademarks that you have to do, and they're all very easy to do. That's why it's crazy that the 2013 remake kind of missed the mark on some of those. But like, there's some things you just have to do, and in the remake of that original movie, to just not do those things is kind of crazy. But what are you looking at? What do you see? Is there a skinwalker behind me?
No, I'm just fucking with you.
You can't do that. We're outside. If you start looking behind my shoulder, I'll be like, what the fuck is going on in the woods? As we talk about demons in the woods. Excuse me. In this case, a
high-rise apartment.
High-rise apartment. I think the location works great. It's very claustrophobic, and they're trying to explain why it's so like secluded and why there's no one around. Because there's only like a few people on their block. What is going on with you?
I don't think it would have made sense that the woman at the very end is shown to be linking back to the beginning of the movie.
Okay.
Would have not heard anything that was going on.
It was storming outside.
Yeah, but there was gunshots and screaming.
It's L.A.
But in the middle of nowhere.
It's Los Angeles.
It was an abandoned acre. You remember? They said that it was like a bad neighborhood.
Yeah, L.A. Like
I can't come up with it right now.
I don't blame her for not hearing any of the crazy shit that went down. I'd be like, that's another run-of-the-mill day in Los Angeles. Sure, why not? But like the whole block they're on is completely deserted, and they're really trying to figure out how can we isolate these characters in the same way you isolate the characters in the cabin in the woods. Well, this is how you break the elevator. They didn't do the rape scene in the elevator, but they got close.
Yeah.
It's essentially the same idea. The stairs and the earthquake get demolished.
I do think it is a remake of Evil Dead 2 in a way. We talked about it, yeah.
Yeah, we did.
There's a lot of similarities between the two movies in ways things happen. But it's not the same location, obviously. But it's there's some energy there. The same energy of Evil Dead 2.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree because it's definitely more comedic and more, I guess, lighthearted. You could say than the remake.
Yeah.
It's not even it's more lighthearted. It's simply there's just more shit going on. I guess there's just
There's
nothing.
layers.
There's layers. If you want to talk about Shrek, then yeah, there's layers. There's layers to this. God, gross. Booger won't come out. Hold on.
Man,
You see me picking at it for a good minute now. I can't get it out.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
There's quite a few demons I need to exercise, and my booger is least of all of them. So the location I think is cool, but it's kind of redundant trying to. Oh, the stairs crumble. The elevator doesn't work. There's only a few people. It's practically abandoned. It's doomed for demolition in a week. Excuse me, a month. So they all have a month to get out of there. Is it contrived? Maybe a little, but that's just inner city life for you. Um, all in all, I'm very pleased with the product that we consumed. Very good, very good. All the acting was really good. And for a sequel of Evil Dead, it's pretty much the best you're gonna get,
Yeah,
other than the original Sam Raimi trilogy. For another director to come in, guided as he was by Sam and Bruce, I think he did a splendid job, and we're definitely getting more.
I hope so.
And I hope we get more from this director in particular because he did a good job. Uh, let's see. I mean, I don't want to talk like the entire plot.
Because it's still fresh. People might want to go see it.
Yeah, I think we'll leave it at that. I think I've said my piece on the movie.
Yeah. I think it's fucking awesome. Like it's so not boring. It's like
Not a
it's
second.
not a second, and the tension is so good. And you know I'm a horn dog for tension.
Oh, even in the first movie, I saw you grinning ear to ear watching that movie because, like, yeah, it's a movie and you're invested in what's currently happening on screen, but as a lover of the process behind the filmmaking, you're thinking, wow, what a great shot. Wow, what a great wow, really linger on that scene for a minute and build the suspense. You're thinking, that's awesome directing. As we like to say, game recognizes game. And you may not call yourself a director, but you have an eye for that type of stuff, and you can see when another director is doing a damn good job. Now, no one gives two shits about what we have to say, but did you know that Sam Raimi is a fantastic director? Did you know that?
I heard rumors.
Through the grapevine. Through the grapevine. Uh, Evil Dead Rise. What are you gonna give it?
A 9 out of 10.
Okay.
And in terms, I'm gonna rank them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do it now.
So I don't. This is my opinion of what I enjoyed more, but obviously there's gonna be a different list for like what I objectively know that are better films. But Evil Dead 1, Evil Dead Rise, Evil Dead 2, Army of Darkness, the TV show, and then Evil Dead 2013.
Can I second that notion?
Yeah.
Because I full heartedly agree.
Oh, oh,
I agree.
yeah.
Which is crazy. And it's crazy that you're ranking movies that don't even reach an hour and a half in length versus a show that has 3 seasons. 3 full seasons with 10 episodes each, most of them 30 to 40 minutes in length. Some of them even less than that, but still full seasons of television. You are ranking second to last.
I'm sorry. It's just they're not bad. It's just the movies were better.
This is more iconic too.
You
And
know.
the show is only showing the best parts of those movies on loop. It's repeating quite often the best parts of those movies. Hey, remember this? Hey, remember this? Don't you like this? Yeah, we do. But I think we said that before. Ironic that I'm repeating my talk on repetition. Um, but guys, my throat is raw. My head hurts. Your head hurts, right?
It stopped hurting.
Okay, I'm not quite there yet. I need to take some Advil. So, guys, I think we're gonna end it off here. Unless you have any further thoughts.
Um, we are moving to Tuesdays
Right.
as somebody has a new work schedule. We have to move the episode releases to Tuesdays.
I'm sorry if my life is getting in the way of yours. I'm sorry. I have a life, and I'm a person that has to live a life. And if that conflicts with your schedule, I'm sorry. Not sorry. Guys,
Patrick Bateman.
are you calling me Patrick Bateman?
Your delivery, like when he's talking about the CD that he's playing for him.
Have you heard of Huey Lewis in the News?
That's the same pronunciation, man.
I think their earlier work has really gone. I don't remember the words. I know. I'm not even pretend. I'm not going to pretend at 4:20 a.m. I'm not going to pretend at 4:20 a.m. to know all the words to American Psycho.
You were reading the script before,
I'll
and you were doing a damn good
I'll
job.
do it again. Watch me. I'll do it again. Fuck, I love Evil Dead.
I love it too.
Concluding statement, guys. I love you. I'm sorry that my life has made it to where the show has to be released on Tuesdays. Originally, it was Sundays. Then it was Mondays. Now it's even later. Fuck, it's gonna be Wednesday in a month. We'll let you know. We're very active on Instagram. Like all of our posts, please. Slug?
Any traction, please.
Hey, we got more than 200 listeners.
Yeah.
And one day we're gonna look back on this and be like, 200. That's it. Now we're at 230.
230.
That'll
We're
be the
not-
day.
We're not going that much further. Thank you
That'll
guys.
be the day.
We appreciate you guys. We love you.
We do.